We are now live, Council President.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm going to get started. Okay, so I understand that the state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely, and we are using the Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come, and Mr. Stitt, will you please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Thank you. Mr. Stitt.
Councilperson Bass.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues, and friends. Thank you.
Good morning.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues. How are you all?
Councilmember Dom.
Morning, Matt, Council President, colleagues, and the public.
Morning. Councilmember Gauthier.
Good morning, Council President. Today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Council President, and good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Morning. Councilmember Green.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, Mr. Stitt. Good morning, colleagues. Looking forward for today's council hearing.
Good morning.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you to all the staff on City Council, and good morning to the public.
Good morning.
Councilmember Heenan.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to everybody who makes all these hearings possible. Thank you.
Good morning.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Jones.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, viewing awoke public.
Good morning, Councilman. Thank you for last night.
My pleasure. My colleagues were with me. They were with me.
Thank you.
Councilmember O.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Matt.
Morning.
Good morning.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Councilmember Parker.
President, good morning, Mr. President, Matt, and colleagues.
Good morning.
Councilmember Kiona Sanchez.
Good morning, Council President Clark and my colleagues. Look forward to today's conversation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good morning, Council President, colleagues. Looking forward to the budget hearings.
Good morning.
Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning, Council President. Good morning, Mr. Stitt. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the public. And thank you to everybody testifying today.
Good morning.
And Council President Clark.
All right. We've clearly established a quorum. So before we dive into what I'm sure will be a very informative session, I'd like to say a few words about today's process. The coronavirus pandemic has changed the world, obviously, and that includes this council. And we're not in the same room, and I really miss you guys in that respect. But we still have our job to do for the citizens of the city of Philadelphia and beyond. And the technology that our IT team has installed will let us do it in a way that allows the public to watch and participate. This new environment comes with some new limits, however, which I want to emphasize to you. Our budget schedule obviously is more compressed than in past years, and the massive damage to our economy caused by COVID-19 required that the administration give us a much more condensed and drastically changed budget. So we have some significant challenges as it relates to, in a very short time frame, coming up with a consensus. So as we move through this process, clearly our questions have been quite direct. I'm going to ask individuals to respond from the administration, and any other witnesses respond as directly as possible, because we do have limitations on our time frame given all the work and the departments that we have to deal with. We're actually ready to move forward, and we can get started. Mr. Stitt, we're going to get started now. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 200-285, 200-286, 200-287, 200-288, 200-289, 200-290, 200-291, 200-292, and resolutions number 200-307 and 200-331. Mr. Stitt, can you please read the titles of the bills and the resolutions?
Bill number 200-285, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2021 through 2026 inclusive. Bill number 200-286, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2021 capital budget. Bill number 200-287, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2021. Bill number 200-288, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1200 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Parking Tax by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200-289, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1800 of the Philadelphia Code titled School Tax Authorization by revising certain tax rates all under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200-290, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-2600 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Business Income and Receipts Taxes by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200-291, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1500 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Wage and Net Profits Tax by revising certain tax rates under certain terms and conditions. Bill number 200-292, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1300 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Real Estate Taxes to eliminate the discount for early payment of real estate taxes, all under certain terms and conditions. Resolution number 200-307, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2021 through 2025 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2020, which is be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement, authorized by an ordinance of this Council approved by the Mayor on January 3, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, by and between the City and the Authority. Resolution number 200-331, resolution approving the Director of Finance's Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund withdrawal certification for purposes of allowing utilization of $34,276,000 in a reserve fund for general fund purposes in connection with the FY2021 operating budget.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today, we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk. They constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2021, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2021 through fiscal 2026. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in this meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available on Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized in order to comply with the Sunshine Act. The chat feature must only be used for this particular purpose. Today, we will hear from the following departments: fire, police, prisons, and law. Mr. Stitt, as I said earlier, we will move the schedule around a little bit. So we will start out with the law department, and the individual to testify from law is
City Solicitor Marcel Pratt.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Council President.
Yes.
I just want to announce for the record I'm present.
Oh, Councilman Jones. Okay. I mean, Johnson. Yes, Councilman Johnson. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Pratt.
Council President, can you see and hear me?
We absolutely can, sir.
Okay, good morning to you and the honorable members of City Council. My name is Marcel Pratt, the City Solicitor of Philadelphia. Joining me today are Craig Straw, First Deputy City Solicitor, Valerie Robinson, Chair of the Corporate and Tax Group, Diana Cortez, Chair of the Litigation Group, Clay Farley, Chair of the Social Services Group, Andrew Richmond, Chief of Staff, Steve Ludovico, Director of Administrative Services, in addition to other members of my staff. Collectively, they represent the groups and units that provide high-quality legal counsel across the entire local government structure in all forms of litigation, commercial transactions, regulatory compliance, social services, and legislative matters. I am pleased to be here to testify regarding the Law Department's fiscal year 21 budget submission. The current submission for your review includes a proposed general fund budget of $14,513,482. The budget submission includes cuts of $1,746,561 from Class 100 and $100,000 from Class 200. The Law Department has been working with the Budget Office to propose adjustments to this budget submission for your review and consideration. Pursuant to those discussions, the Law Department would propose for your review during caucus changes a revised general fund budget of $15,059,244. My office would accomplish this by implementing the citywide salary reductions outlined by the administration across our entire staff and funding sources resulting in a Class 100 decrease in the general fund of $233,931. We would also propose taking cuts to Class 200 in the amount of $999,611, Class 300 in the amount of $50,000, and Class 400 in the amount of $14,000. We believe that these cuts will allow us to continue to provide the same high level of service to the city and its residents. The Budget Office supports these proposed adjustments. Lastly, I must note that despite the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the attorneys and staff of the Law Department have demonstrated resiliency beyond belief. They have worked tirelessly and sometimes around the clock to support the city's emergency response and recovery efforts. And most importantly, they have ensured that the city has adhered to the rule of law throughout this state of emergency without sacrificing efficiency, speed, and practicality. Thank you for receiving my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions during the question and answer portion of this session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratt. Just have a couple of quick questions. First question, I need to ask you about the status of our lost and stolen weapons law. Working with the district attorney, he actually referenced it yesterday. I actually missed that part of his testimony. I want to get a sense of where we are with I believe it was a minimum of one case. And the other thing I want to ask you about indemnities, and this is where we anticipate being spend around $50 million a year on that. I guess my question is the thought process as it relates to settling cases versus carrying them through in the defense as it relates to all these civil cases in the city of Philadelphia. So if you hit me with the lost and stolen first, I think that probably would be the quickest response.
Sure. So on lost and stolen, we were sued, and there was a claim that the lost and stolen ordinance was preempted by state law, and that it also violated the Second Amendment. We had various hearing dates scheduled, and those were postponed a couple of times. So the litigation is still ongoing at the trial court level. I do have Diana Cortez, chair of our litigation group, who is actually litigating the case personally, and she's here with us. So, Diana, if you want to give a quick, more detailed update on that, please chime in.
Sure. Good morning, Council President and fellow council people. The last hearing date we had was March 5th, I believe. It had to be continued due to Judge Wright's schedule. We weren't able to put on all of our witnesses. The city still had to put on Chief Inspector Venor to testify, and then the interveners still had to present their testimony. So that was postponed till April 22nd. Due to the pandemic, we have not been able to complete our hearing. So we are reaching out to the courts to see if and when we can speed along the completion of that hearing, potentially even using Teams or some other type of virtual hearing method. but we are still working on that matter. And we thank your office for all your support in that.
Okay. And the other issue, without getting into any too specifics, we look forward to proceeding with our challenge as it relates to basically the state created danger as a result of not allowing us to enact reasonable gun laws in the city of Philadelphia and other municipalities across the state to protect our citizens. Homicide numbers are, I think, around 177 this year, 26 percentage points ahead of last year's. This continues to be a very, very challenging issue. It's kind of getting lost in the discussion. So we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you. Thank you for that response.
And I would just say that on that issue, Council President, we have made significant progress and should be able to share a comprehensive update with your office that I think you'll find pleasing. So the work has continued on that particular issue. And then to answer your question about indemnities, so the last report I had received, we have about $10 million left in indemnities. And that's in part because a lot of activity has slowed with the pandemic. Now, that said, the money is there budgeted, and the city's liabilities don't go away, and things continue to happen even in the midst of a pandemic. So we did have some discussions with finance and budget, and it does make sense for the city to use some of that money to resolve larger liabilities before the end of the fiscal year so that they don't carry over to the next year and we end up compounding the issue. So there is a strategy in place to make sure that we're being financially responsible with indemnities under these current circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That kind of concludes my questions for this round. I believe next up, we will have Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. And dare I say, I remember when you first came on, Mr. Solicitor, you looked a lot younger. You have aged exponentially due to the crises you've had to face. So, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, it is a compliment. So, I guess what I want to dive into is, in light of all that has gone on, I want to know what some of what our exposures are as a city. Now, first, I'd like to start with, in the last several years since you've been here, how many suits have we settled due to police accusations of impropriety and or abuse? And I want to do that, let you collect an answer for that. But also, as we look at this pandemic, what is our municipal exposure to things like when we have people incarcerated or people we have employed in the prisons who have contracted illnesses during our employment. So I guess what I'm saying is there's got to be a new normal or a new challenge that you face. And have you begun to plan for that?
Right. So with respect to the pandemic, you're absolutely right. It has created a different kind of a risk profile for the city. Now, that said, the city does have a lot of immunity under state law that a lot of political subdivisions across the state do share. But when you talk about folks that are in our care, we do think about federal civil rights issues. The prisons in particular, we're always thinking about Eighth Amendment issues, cruel and unusual punishment. State-created danger is always an issue we're talking about. Putting folks in harm's way to not use too much legalese. So it certainly is a concern. Obviously, events of the past week have certainly given us some concern. And we've already started looking at some issues and anticipating different things that will come the city's way. In terms of the numbers of cases, I can tell you that over the number of civil rights cases related to the police department, the number of cases have gone down. So in 2014, we had about 270 cases, federal cases filed against the city involving the police department. Last year, 2019, that was about 138 cases. In terms of cases that we've settled, I believe we settled about 100 last year. In 2017, I don't have the number of cases that was settled, but the total amount was about $12 million in police-related civil rights cases. In 2018, it was about $19 million in police civil rights cases, and that 2018 number included the Anthony Wright settlement, which was for $9.85 million. Anthony Wright was a man who was wrongfully convicted and had his conviction vacated, and then sued the city. And in 2019, the total amount was about $12 million. So those numbers, obviously are too high. We want to get that number significantly lower, and we have tried a number of different strategies to help mitigate the city's risk. So,
can you expound upon those? I think I understand what we paid. How do we prevent paying going forward?
Right. So what usually happens is, and it's sort of an organic process, is after we settle a case, there are conversations with the police department about that particular case to make sure things don't happen again if there was a problem, or if there's a policy that needs to be changed, that the policy gets changed. And then sometimes as a result of the case, we actually agree to change a policy. Last year, we decided to be a little more proactive. So I implemented what's called an after-action review policy, where if you have cases that settle over a certain threshold, it triggers an internal process for us. So you can't just put the file away when a case is done, but you have to form a committee, talk about the case, think about what went wrong, and then send a recommendation up to me and my executive team, and then we decide whether or not to deliver it to the police commissioner or to the mayor or someone else within the police department, depending on severity. That's still a relatively new process. Like I said, it hasn't been in place that long, but we want to continue to use that framework because, again, it gets us thinking along the lines of, risk mitigation and how to prevent problems before they occur.
In conclusion, I'd like you to share that with the president of council and this body, because as we start to talk about going forward, lessons learned from you will be helpful in establishing public policy.
Of course, I'm happy to share the memo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Solicitor Pratt. It's good to see you this morning. Wanted to take this opportunity to talk with you, or for you to provide some information regarding.
Hello. Yes.
Christian, you thought I was all by yourself.
I think someone needs to be muted. So Solicitor Pratt, recently the Rizzo statue was removed. It's my understanding it was your analysis of the...
Sorry, Council.
Okay, no problem. Yes, recently, Solicitor Pratt, the Rizzo statue was removed, and it's my understanding it was your analysis of the mayor's executive order regarding public safety that led to the removal. As I was saying, I believe it was your analysis of the mayor's executive order and issues regarding public safety that led to the removal of the Rizzo statue. So could you kind of walk us through your analysis of that and how you were able to expedite the removal of the statue?
Yes, Councilman Green. So the mayor wanted the statue removed immediately, and we were having a conversation about it at the Emergency Operations Center earlier last week. And one of the issues that had always been a problem for immediate removal of the statue was that there was a donation and maintenance agreement that was entered into by the Rendell administration that required the city to give notice to the Monument Committee, which included a number of government officials as well as members of Mr. Rizzo's family. But not only notice, but then an opportunity to come and retrieve the statue. And so under those circumstances, the city could not remove the statue without going through those steps. There was also a managing director's directive that required an art commission process. But going back to the agreement, there was also an exception for if the statute posed a risk to public health or public safety. And if it did, then we were no longer required to give notice or allow the family or the committee to come and retrieve the statue. And it also allowed us to damage the statue, that is, take it out in a way that doesn't preserve it completely. And that's what we did. And so because of the state of emergency in Philadelphia, because of the protests and other things we saw last week, we determined that the statue did pose a threat to public safety and public health. I mean, you also had people physically trying to take down the statue. And so we took advantage of that exception, which allowed us to take certain shortcuts in removing the statue. So there were pieces of the base that were destroyed and some other parts that had to be destroyed, which we could not have done under normal circumstances, I'll say. So there was that exception in agreement, and I would say that agreement was negotiated by a member of my office who's still here. So that exception really did come in handy.
Thank you, Solicitor Pratt. I think you and your office, using that type of legal analysis, was able to take an action, and that was needed, especially at the time, considering all the unrest that was going on in the city. I just wanted to make sure that members of this body, and as well as the public, knew, based on your legal analysis, we were able to move forward with the removal of the Rizzo statue. Also want to ask a question regarding the issue of qualified immunity. That's a legal doctrine. There's currently a number of cases in front of the United States Supreme Court that shields government officials from being held personally liable for discretionary actions performed within their official capacity, unless these actions clearly violate established federal law. So there are a number of cases regarding qualified immunity. I know Senators Harris and Booker have introduced legislation at the federal level, but within the context of qualified immunity, are there local legislation that we could introduce that tie into the fact whether a person clearly violates established federal law in reference to qualified immunity legislation here at the local level?
At the local level, I don't think there's much that the city could do because qualified immunity is a federal doctrine. It's dictated by Supreme Court precedent. So overturning qualified immunity would have to happen either by the Supreme Court or by Congress. But, qualified immunity is something that's getting a lot of attention now. I've been in discussions with the International Municipal Lawyers Association about the utility of qualified immunity, and obviously the city has made qualified immunity arguments going back decades. That shouldn't surprise anyone. We're part of those conversations and thinking about, what it would look like if that were to change. But it's an issue certainly that we're paying attention to, and we'll adapt whatever the circumstances are.
And Council President, I know my time is up, but I just want to do a comeback. I'm not talking about trying to overturn qualified immunity. I'm talking in reference to the exception to qualified immunity when a government official has clearly taken action that was discretionary, that clearly violated federal law, and based on that clear violation, then certain actions occurred based on local legislation.
Yeah, so I think you're getting at some sort of determination that an official or an employee of government violated federal law. I think we would need a federal court to make that determination in the first instance. I'm not sure that's something that the city could do. Unless we conceded the argument in the midst of litigation, and that's one possibility. But at the local legislative level, I don't think that's something that we could necessarily do. But certainly, if council members wanted to support, again, something at the federal level, that could certainly happen.
And Council President, this one last point. Like, if legislation was drafted based on past federal case law, where the action that came up, or those fact patterns that came up in those federal case law, clearly showed by the court that these actions were violations of federal law, and if we model local legislation based on federal case law that showed that those actions were clearly violative of federal law, that we could take action at the local level based on city council legislation.
Well, I think if a federal court already made a determination that the conduct violates federal law, then the plaintiff in a particular case would just rely on that federal precedent. I think if you had local legislation, it would be persuasive, and I'm sure plaintiff's counsel would rely on that in federal civil rights lawsuits. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I would want to think about it some more, but thank you for putting that issue on my radar. It's an interesting concept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. To recognize Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, Solicitor Pratt. I wanted to start by taking an opportunity to say a special thank you to you, and I need to shout out and note for the record members of your team, Louis Rossman, Joe Rosenberger, Altman, Robert Kiefer, Andrew Richmond, Kristen Bay, and her code enforcement team. Jim, I'm going to chop your last name up, Zawalik, and his team in the tax unit, Diane Cortez in litigation, Deb Cunningham, and Damaris Walker. And Solicitor, if you want to know why I went through all of those names, I want you to know that I am very meticulous about ensuring that any piece of legislation that I offer in this body, and I know my colleagues are as well, that it passes the muster of the law department. So if anything that we proffer is challenged in court, your team is fully prepared and ready to defend that legislation based on case law. So I wanted to say a special thank you for that. My first question, Solicitor, is relative to revenue and tax relief programs. Please let me know, will the Revenue Department extend the deadline to apply for the tax year 2020 homestead exemption and the senior freeze until the end of the calendar year, and in essence reduce 2020 tax bills accordingly? And have you communicated with Revenue about any of the legalities associated with this?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have not had those conversations with the Revenue Department, but I think just generally as a city, we should be taking a posture to be as lean as possible on folks who are experiencing financial difficulties. We are city government, and we serve the taxpayers and the residents of the city, so we should be doing as much as possible. In terms of conversations about that particular program, those programs, we do have Francis Beckley from my office, who is Chief Counsel to Revenue, who might be closer to those conversations than I have been at this time. So Francis, if you're on, could you please chime in with some additional detail?
Good morning, President Clark and council members, and good morning, Councilwoman Parker. We are not done putting together the full COVID-19 revenue relief package. As you know, we extended the deadline for filing real estate tax. We've extended all the business tax deadlines in accordance with the IRS to July 15th. We are still working, having regular conversations with Community Legal Services about what we need to do to shore up our real estate tax relief program for homeowners who can't pay their taxes on time.
Got it. Grant, I want to say, and I want you to know I appreciate that response. I want the record to reflect an extension to the deadline to apply for the tax year 2020 homestead exemption and the senior freeze program until the end of the calendar year, and reduce the 2020 tax bills accordingly. I just want to make sure that we have that on the record, and so I appreciate that.
What I'm saying is that's still under discussion. We are working to figure out the exact contours of it, and also how we're also going to do corresponding outreach to make sure that everyone who qualifies for those programs gets enrolled, applies and enrolls.
So thank you. Right, you're still in the midst of putting together the COVID-19 revenue relief package. So just keep us posted.
Right. So there's no firm. The deadline for Homestead is not yet firm, but we're going to be working very hard to make sure that we're in a position where people both have a chance to apply and also that we get those applications processed. Right now, we do have a Homestead application backlog as a result of low staffing during the pandemic.
Well, please keep council, updated on what that activity is. Solicitor, my next question is about the law department's plan to resume sheriff sales of properties due to delinquent real estate taxes. Will the department agree not to do so until at least like 60 days after the Department of Revenue begins accepting cash payment at the MSB? I know we're in yellow now. We haven't been able to move, to green. Obviously, everyone's waiting to see what kind of public health response that we get. But I wanted to know if the department would agree to not do so until at least 60 days after revenue begins to accept cash, because although people, do business electronically, there are a number of people who are accustomed to coming with their cash payment and standing in that line at the MSB building. So is there a plan, or have you had any discussions about this?
Yeah, there are a lot of stakeholders in that conversation: revenue, the sheriff's office, as well as the courts. And so I think we do need to figure out a game plan. Francis, I don't know if you want to follow up on that, since you've again been.
Yeah, that commitment is already, that part of the program is already in place, so there's no question about that. And I would like to stress that even before COVID, under our normal owner-occupied payment agreement program, anybody can stop a residential foreclosure on her home simply by showing up and telling us that it's her home and submitting an application. We work very, very hard not to foreclose on homeowners. We call every phone number that anybody's ever given us for the owner. We email. Right now we're in the process of testing out a new program that allows us to text taxpayers. Because I'm very proud of the work that my staff does on that, and because we do such a better job of taking care of homeowners than outside counsel, any residential foreclosure on a primary residence that's identified as such is recalled and handled by the city. We no longer let outside counsel foreclose on homeowners. So we take care of that ourselves to make sure that all the protections are observed and followed closely.
Listen, I want to thank both of you so very much for your response. I know my time is up, and we won't get a second round, Mr. President. So I want to put this question on the record, and Solicitor, if you could respond to us in writing to the President's office, that would be great. And that question is, will the Department of Revenue be waiving the documentation requirements for homeowners applying for the Owner-Occupied Payment Agreement, UPA, while it remains difficult to obtain current documentation of residency and income, right? Because some people are not at their jobs. I mean, and there are difficulties that come up for a number of reasons. If you could just put a response in writing to the Office of the President that can be distributed to all members of council, that would be greatly appreciated. And thank you, Mr. President, for your patience.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
Thank you very much, Council President. I also want to reiterate Councilmember Parker's gratitude to the Law Department and your entire team, as you've been working so hard, not only since you came in, but, especially through this pandemic. I know you've been dealing with not only the crises that the pandemic presents, but a lot of our legislative questions and urgent issues that have cropped up. So again, just reiterating gratitude to your entire team as well. So thank you, Marcel. Yeah, thank you. I know that you took a cut to the budget. When we spoke briefly about it, there were some areas that I know that you might want to prioritize should the budget start to restore itself. Could you help share some of those areas? And I know we talked a little bit about the legislative arm because of all the work that council has had to do and explore as well. And I know you're still short-staffed in that area.
Certainly. So there, once the budget restores itself, there are a number of areas that we would like to supplement. You mentioned our legislative and legal counsel unit. That's one area. We do want to make sure that we are providing the highest quality service to not just the administration, but of course, City Council, and our folks do a great job, but they work very, very hard, and it would be nice to have some additional help. Our litigation group is always a concern because we've historically been understaffed, and so if we could beef up some staffing there. Our civil rights unit is understaffed currently. We had some vacancies that we were not able to fill, and in these current times, the civil rights unit will have a lot of work to do, I'll put it that way. Our child welfare unit as well, even though we were able to supplement their staffing a few years ago, each attorney still carries hundreds of cases. And then I'll also point out our HIPAA and privacy unit. I mean, it's a small unit, but as the city has grown and its privacy concerns have grown, that unit really does need some additional resources. And then on the non-personnel front, you and I also talked about the need for technology at the law department. We're certainly far behind a lot of private law firms that we go up against, and we're also trailing behind a lot of other major cities. So last year we did acquire an e-discovery platform, which helps us process right-to-know requests as well as respond to discovery requests in litigation. We've had some issues with that software, but I think we can resolve them. The biggest thing that we wanted to do next year was acquire a document management system that would allow us to use a lot of our data in different ways. A lot of things happen in litigation. There are a lot of data points that we can extract to help with risk mitigation, to decrease our liabilities for the future. And so we were looking forward to getting a document management system that would help with that. It would also allow us to share documents, craft documents in faster ways, and that's something that more than likely will be put on hold. But once the budget restores itself, I think those are some of the areas of priority for my office.
Yeah, and I think when you say things like child welfare, civil rights, HIPAA, those are pretty heart-wrenching for all of us to hear, and especially I understand that as you are facing off against sometimes the federal administration, other types of organizations, entities, private and otherwise, it's important for you to have the equipment that you need. So let's just keep in touch, and if you could send over some documentation about the particularly the technology needs, I think it would be helpful to hear as well.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. So last year we established a group related to settlements that were conducted by the city. I wanted to thank you and your department for being colleagues on that. They have to be issued quarterly. Part of that legislation also required the establishment of an interagency group that would regularly evaluate the settlements and then put forward reforms to address systematic patterns of misconduct so we can prevent future liability and harm. And obviously, as we've seen in these last few weeks, including, some of the more serious incidents that we've seen, it is important for us to continue on with that. Now, it's my understanding that the interagency group has not yet been convened. Can you let me know what the status is? Is the administration still committed to doing this? And when could we see a timeline?
Mm-hmm. So I'll just say on that legislation generally, I thought it was a fantastic idea. It was something that I certainly supported. This is all taxpayer money, and the public should know how it's spent, and they should be able to access details about our cases. I think the interagency working group will certainly be helpful. I think it will be a nice supplement to all the risk mitigation efforts that we're currently using. The formation of that group has not come to fruition, in part because of the events of the last couple of months. But I'm certainly still committed to using that group as one of the many sounding boards for ways that we can reduce liability. So I do want to think through who it makes sense individually to have within that group, and then I think we can provide your office with a timeline in the very near future.
Great, and I appreciate that, Solicitor. Thank you. You've been fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Keone Sanchez.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you and your team for always being responsive. When you first started in this role, one of the things that I said to you was that all roads lead to the law department, and that many times your department is consistently thrown under the bus for why we can't get things done. And I just want to thank you because through the last few years, we have really worked towards helping us get to the how, not the no. And particularly as we've been working on the development and planning group, I really want to thank you. Jumpstarting the government and its processes and ensuring public transparency is hugely important. And I want to thank your team for thinking through with us what that looks like as, you know, we will never go back to how we conducted business. So I want to thank the entire team. I want to get to the issues of contracting and compliance because I think it's hugely important. And again, that was one of the issues in your first year that I brought out. Can you speak to me around what have been some of the streamlined or your accomplishments around contracting? Some of the issues and the underlying tones of what we've seen over the last couple of weeks have been access, right? And how we contract, how we procure, how we provide opportunities for minorities, how do we punish folks who don't comply and don't provide access and opportunities. Can you speak to what you have been doing and what, given that what has happened in the last couple of weeks, you will be looking at doing to ensure that this government is really available to all?
Sure, those are good questions. I think first to explain our role in the contracting process. All of the city's contracts come through the law department for approval, as to form, and we also work closely with OEO when they need legal advice on some of the requirements for minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And so we're always available and providing advice in that context. And a lot of folks might be familiar with Michelle Flamer from my office, who is the city's expert on that. I think in terms of enforcement, we've done a number of things. We've had conversations with the Inspector General's office about particular contractors, and I don't want to identify or reveal anything prematurely. But those types of conversations are always ongoing. I think anytime a department or a particular agency wants to be a little bit more flexible or aggressive on making sure that, a contractor adheres to some of the requirements that we put in place, we're available for that as well. But that's certainly an area that we need to explore more because we do want to make sure that those requirements are taken seriously because, as you've said, we've had issues over the past couple weeks. And so that has sparked conversations within our commercial law unit and some other units that could support that effort.
I think this is going to be an area that's hugely important because unless there's an enforcement and people are willing to use the triggers, but how you outline them in the contracts to ensure that people don't go back to business as usual because that they believe that we would be scared or unwilling to hold them accountable because we're halfway through the contract and all of those things. If we're going to really change the culture, your department is going to be key in that because you're the one that's going to say, how do we do that? And how do we make sure that departments are actually trying, right? We have a Philadelphia-based business component to this, and we still continue to see, again, the same actors coming through and really feeling like we're not going to have teeth. So this is an area, again, it's the root of some of the issues that we're seeing in the last couple of weeks in the city of Philadelphia. And I think we're going to have to take a really strong look. And again, your department is the how, and making people feel comfortable that we're going to do that and we're going to hold ourselves accountable, right? And then we're going to hold our vendors accountable. So please include council in those discussions because I think it's hugely important that we don't go back to normal, as Council President Clark and we've all said that the new normal has to be better than how we were operating before. And then lastly, I'm very encouraged by the administration, the Revenue Department and others looking at changing our collection strategies around enforcement. Can you, and I know, we've been talking to Commissioner Breslin, and I know Councilwoman Parker was bringing this up. It is really important that we figure out the how we get people to opt out as opposed to opting in. I think we're spending a whole lot of energy trying to get people enrolled. And I don't know what the legal barriers are to that, but I just think that at this time, given the dire situation that we find ourselves in, we need to figure out how we help people with all the toolboxes that we're putting in place. And we have to create that pathway. So I don't know if you have any thoughts to that, but every time we set up a program and a toolbox, it's always like opt-in, opt-out situation. I don't know if you could speak to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I certainly like the concept, and we'll give it some thought. I think what you're saying is maybe if we could come up with some sort of wide-ranging relief, maybe with certain criteria, and instead of having people sort of have to voluntarily seek that out, they have to opt out of it. So it's a very interesting concept. And we'll take it to the drawing board and think about it. But thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Marcel. How are you?
Morning. I'm good, Councilman. How are you?
I'm doing okay. And, I want to share the same sentiments as my colleagues. Just thank you for your hard work and your dedication, man, Chief Legal Counselor for the city of Philadelphia, and just keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just had a couple questions regarding your office role with the Philadelphia Police Department arbitration process, and I want to get an idea of what role does your office play in the upcoming negotiation for the police contract. Also, when it comes to when our police commissioner makes decisions, right, around disciplinary actions, and those decisions are appealed, when they don't come out favorable to what she's advocating for, what is our role, what is your office role in addressing that issue? And then also, because the mayor has adopted some reforms that has been sent around from City Council regarding the arbitration process, give us a brief, just a real brief preview of what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. So I'll say just, I'll start generally, and then I'll try to get into some detail. So we're general counsel for the entire local government structure. So we are the legal advisors to the police department as well. On matters of discipline, on matters of policy, we always provide legal advice when asked. And on disciplinary arbitrations, we do represent the commissioner in the police department in terms of upholding the decision that was rendered. And one of the many frustrations with the arbitration process is that state law has very narrow grounds on which we can appeal and review by a judge. And so that's why historically, and I could spend an hour talking about this, we have these very outrageous results by some arbitrators is because, the grounds on which we can appeal are very limited. But my office is very much involved in that. We have succeeded in a few cases in getting some of the outrageous decisions by arbitrators overturned, both in the trial court level and in the Commonwealth Court level. But again, those are unique circumstances because they presented a very, very narrow window to appeal under state law. And that also dovetails into the ongoing discussion about overhauling Act 111 and loosening the standards so that we can get more review by court. On the contract negotiations process, again, we're involved, but historically, the mayor's administration has utilized both the law department and outside counsel, and that has gone back probably decades. So, for this negotiation, my office certainly going to take a more active role. I certainly want, my voice heard in this. I have some very strong opinions about how aggressive we should be, in this upcoming negotiation. So we are going to work closely with outside counsel. We're not going to get rid of outside counsel, but we are going to work closely with them just to make sure that, our vision is aligned. And like I said, that, my vision and what I think is in the best legal interest of the city of Philadelphia is also advocated for during this process. So, that the planning for that, for the negotiations, and again, the contract extended through July of next year or through June of next year. The strategy around that is starting pretty soon. I don't want to say too much, but we are we are getting together and brainstorming what negotiation strategy will look like, and how we can push for all the things that are listed in the mayor's reform plan that was released yesterday.
Will your office be also lobbying on the state level for the changes that you're looking to do regarding Act 111?
Certainly, and I think this is something I can share publicly. We have had conversations with some state legislators, and we are putting together it's called a wish list of provisions that we want either taken out of or put into Act 111, or maybe through some other piece of legislation.
Do you think, as opposed to wish list, and you are a man of words being chief legal counsel, what about a demand list? Because I think this is what the people are asking for in terms of integrity with our Philadelphia Police Department and how they interact with the wider public.
Mm-hmm.
So we support your efforts, but wanted to get an idea of the lobbying efforts on the state level. Just one last question. Go ahead, Marcel.
No, I was going to say, I said a wish list because the folks that we're providing a list to are friends of the city, and they buy into our mission. So this is the Philadelphia delegation. I mean, they want to help us out. And so that's what I phrased it as a wish list, but certainly on the General Assembly in general, it should be a demand. I mean, they can certainly see the havoc that it's caused in Philadelphia, and the present circumstances should motivate a lot of folks to hear what we're saying and be on our side.
Okay, and last question, and this is a follow-up to something Councilman Sanchez talked about. Can you give us some legal options to prevent abuse of LLCs that try to evade enforcement, diversity requirements, code violations, tax steps? Because a lot of these developers, they come in and they gentrify neighborhoods, but they hide behind these LLCs. Any legal options that we have in going after them, or most importantly, making sure that process is more transparent?
Yeah, that's certainly been a problem for the city for quite some time. At least on the code enforcement side, we have brought a couple cases against a number of related entities where someone was trying to, I'll just call it, engage in untoward behavior by having, numerous LLCs, and we were able to track down and put them all in sort of one lawsuit. I mean, that's one strategy on the code enforcement side. But for other things, I mean, we certainly need to investigate that as well, because I agree with you, that is a problem. So I will certainly take that back to the drawing board with folks from our code enforcement unit, as well as our tax and revenue unit, and anyone that needs to be involved as well.
Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you, Marcel. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
President. I have some questions, actually, and you actually alluded to some of the things that I have some questions about. It's about the child welfare unit.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that one of the child welfare unit's goal is to reduce the number of children in DHS custody. And as you know, Philadelphia has the highest rate of child removal of any big city in the country. So this is important. This is an important goal. I was wondering, what would you think budget-wise to make that happen?
So I think on the DHS side, I think they could certainly use more resources, because they are the client in all this, and they're responsible for the system. And I think they probably do the best with what they have, but they could certainly use more resources. And then on our side of things, I think if we had more help in terms of the number of attorneys that we have, and building up our class 100, that would help. Because as I said earlier, some of our attorneys have hundreds of cases. I mean, a few years ago, I want to say early in this administration, some attorneys in child welfare had as many as 300 or 400 cases. That number's a little bit lower now, but it could certainly stand to be a lot lower. And I do think having those resources might, help us work through the process a little faster.
So I think in your testimony, you said the average is 151 cases per year per attorney. That's really high?
Yeah, that's what it was at the time we took the snapshot. But like I said, it's, some folks do have well above 150, but 150 was the average when we took that snapshot. But as you said, that is very high. Again, it's an improvement over where we were 3-4 years ago, but it's still very high, and I'm still concerned about it.
Okay. And I noticed that you have a long-term goal of getting these numbers down below 100. Do you have any sense of when you might be able to reach this long-term goal, and what do you need to get there?
Mm-hmm. So I don't have a timeline for it, but I do have on here Clay Cawley, who is the chair of our social services group. He has been tremendous in moving us in the right direction in terms of a number of metrics. He started with us a little bit over a year ago or a year and a half ago, and I think he can speak to that some more. Clay, if you're on, could you chime in for a second?
Sure. Good morning, Council President. Good morning, Council members. Good morning, Solicitor Pratt. Thank you so much for the question. I think, quite honestly, we were on pace to getting below or at least at 100 cases. I think some of the challenges came with this pandemic and then cases not being able to get into court. I think the court has done, the First Judicial District has done an incredible job in allowing us to do some things virtually, which helps us to get back on track, but it's really hard to pinpoint that given that we've had a little bit of a log jam, considering the fact that we were shut down for a period of time. I echo Solicitor Pratt in that the additional attorneys would help us with a more target approach. One of the things that we've been successful in doing is identifying certain areas where if we had particular attorneys to specialize on those areas, we could move some of the more challenging or more complex cases quicker. So I think the additional resources in terms of attorneys will allow us to specifically assign an attorney for a certain population and move through those cases a little bit quicker. But again, at this juncture, it's difficult to give a timeline given what we're kind of still in the middle of, unfortunately.
Thanks for that background. Can you talk a little bit about what effects these high caseloads have on the child welfare unit's clients, like the children of Philadelphia? What are the effects?
Well, some of the more practical effects could potentially be, and obviously it's a case-by-case kind of analysis, but I want to give you at least some idea of it. The unfortunate impact could be a child remaining outside of his or her home for an extended period of time. Although I will say we've worked quite well with DHS in kind of leading the efforts to identify kinship placements. So I think that helps mitigate perhaps what some would say could cause some sort of trauma by having a child removed from the home, when the child can be placed with either a blood relative or someone in the community or perhaps a teacher or someone that the child has an affinity towards. So although there is some concern of a child being placed out of the home, I think we do a really nice job of mitigating that by identifying resources. But certainly there's always room for improvement.
My time is up. I just want to get one last question on the books. We spoke to DHS and the Office of Family and Children Services yesterday, and they talked about the decreased number of children in placement. And have you seen any decreases in the number of cases coming into child welfare unit as a result of those changes?
I don't necessarily. So I'm more so looking at the back end in terms of the children in placement. I can't really speak to the numbers coming in, at least offhand. That's something where I would have to get back to you with. I have, and I can say, and I've appreciated it, I've seen the number of children in placement significantly reduce, and that is something that I keep an eye on, but I can't tell you whether that filter coming in, I can just say that we've done a really exceptional job of trying different approaches to reduce the number of children in placement with great success. So I'm really happy about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's good to hear. And can you look into that number and get back to us, please? I would appreciate that. And thank you for your time.
Sure. I'm sorry. Can I just follow up, Councilperson Brooks, on what time period would you like that data captured from? That would be helpful.
I think we're talking about March, like through the pandemic, when we were talking about children being able to come back home. So I think the last few months, if you have it,
Okay.
it's into last fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate it. Thank you, Marcel and team, for being here this morning. A quick question. I know during this pandemic, we had gotten some concerns from some of the business community on payment plans for business taxes. And we were always told that we really can't set up a payment plan for that. Is there something legally that we could do to enable us to set up payment plans so we don't have to wait for people to close or default and then set up a payment plan, then open back up on that payment plan? Because it sounds like, it seems like we're forcing them to close before we set up a payment plan. Is there a way to be proactive on this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's certainly something that we can give some more thought to. And again, I want to bring Francis Beckley into the conversation to see if we've had any discussions with revenue about that particular issue. Francis?
Yes, we're very close to pushing out a formal plan for businesses that cannot make payments that were due since the March 1st. We're treating March 1st, March 15th as the beginning of the COVID. And we plan to have very generous terms. We understand that it's in our interest to keep particularly taxpayers who have been compliant up to that point. We're in very generous terms. We are hoping to do something that is, if not close to, if not interest and penalty free, for a short term, like 12-month payment agreement. We're still working out the details of that, but we're very sensitive to that, and it's very important to us to help, particularly, again, those people who've been compliant up until now. We don't want to see them if they're in trouble with us for the very first time. We're gonna make it as easy as possible to get back on track.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate it because we're hearing those hardships, and we need them to start opening back up and also collect some revenue from our tax dollars. So thank you for that. I know it's hard times for all of us, but I really appreciate you working in an effort to make this happen. It'll really help a lot of folks. Thank you. Thank you, Marcel.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning, Solicitor Pratt. I just want to take a minute to say thank you to your office and your team for helping myself, specifically being a freshman, transition in, and the support that you guys have provided us on the legal side. I do want to take a second to put my teacher hat on. I know a lot of folks are viewing right now, and I know there's been a lot of dialogue around Act 111, and I also know we're limited on time. Can you just take 60 seconds to explain to people what Act 111 is and how that directly impacts what's going on as it relates to the police contract and the arbitration system? And Council President, I will forego the rest of my time once the city solicitor is finished talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, certainly. So Act 111 is the state law that governs the arbitration process and the contracting process for police and fire. And any changes to it have to be made by the General Assembly. The city itself cannot do it unilaterally. In terms of the arbitration process itself, one of the biggest concerns with Act 111 is the interest arbitration process. So because police officers and firefighters can't strike, contract disputes are settled through interest arbitration. And as I mentioned before, it's very, very difficult to appeal those awards. And I won't say it's impossible, but it is very, very difficult. And, when we talk about grievance arbitration, which stems from Act 111, again, the ability to appeal decisions by arbitrators, again, is very, very narrow and very difficult. And so, again, that's something that we can't really change at the city level either. There are certain things that we can do, and I don't have a lot of time, but certain things we can do through contract negotiations to make the system more fair, and those are other things laid out in the mayor's plan. But one thing that might be helpful since you mentioned putting on your teacher hat, is if, we put together something for the public that's easy to understand, so that, folks know what the process looks like, what Act 111 is, what the city's limitations are. I know it's been written about plenty of times before, but I think because of this public conversation, we need to do a better job of explaining it to our residents.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognized is Councilman O.
All right. Thank you very much, Council President. Good morning. I just have a kind of really defined question. For court-appointed counsel, and I don't know if you know the answer, do you know for court-appointed counsel who are appointed to represent parents or families of children removed by DHS in court, do you know what their fee schedule is?
I do not. It's not a contract that is run out of the law department, but we could certainly figure out what the fee schedule is and send it to you. It should be put.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Solicitor Pratt, appears to be all the questions. We do have a full schedule today. I want to thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be a couple of follow-up questions that we will forward to you at a later date. Again, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, we will have the Fire Department and Commissioner Thiel. Morning, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, President Clark and members of City Council. I am Adam Thiel, Commissioner of the Philadelphia Fire Department. Joining me today is Tara Moore, our Chief of Staff. I am pleased to provide testimony on the Philadelphia Fire Department's fiscal year 2021 operating budget. Since March 15, 2020, the PFD's outlook for FY21 has changed drastically. While the PFD remains committed to its primary mission, the PFD is also one of the primary response and coordination agencies for the COVID-19 pandemic. The continuing evolution of the COVID-19 emergency and response will drive significant additional work for PFD members as long as the pandemic continues. With this revised budget for FY21, PFD will not pursue a dedicated hazardous materials unit. PFD will not pursue the reopening of 1 engine and 2 ladder companies in FY21 using grant-funded positions. PFD will not increase the number of companies dedicated to specialized operations. PFD will not transition 5 peak time medic units that currently operate 12 hours per day to full-time units operating around the clock. In addition, the PFD will scrutinize overtime in an effort to focus overtime expense on fulfilling minimum staffing requirements for response units, COVID-19, or other responses. With that, subject to your questions.
Okay. So I like short and sweet. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for the job that you all are doing in response to numerous issues. Just want to ask a question. The brief testimony was kind of interesting. So I do want to talk to you because there is a significant increase in the fire department's budget request. The issue, one of the issues I need to get a handle on is the issue with respect to the need for a significant increase. Is it based on EMS services or fire services?
Council President, it's actually both. Despite the substantial reinvestments in the PFD since 2016, we're still unable to consistently meet national response time standards for either fire or EMS incidents in the face of continually rising demand. Last year, in calendar year 2019, the city of Philadelphia had the highest per capita fire death rate of any major U.S. city, more than twice the national average. More than 1,000 residents were rendered homeless by building fires in calendar year 2019. So far this year, unfortunately, we've had 16 fire deaths, 58 fire injuries, and 301 families who were displaced from their homes. That's about 746 individuals. So we still have a severe fire problem here in the city. And obviously our EMS demand, everybody is aware that is also related to a lot of the inequities and other challenges that we have delivering healthcare as a society writ large.
So with respects to the fire death, and I wasn't aware that we was that much higher than the national standard and the increase was that dramatic. In terms of the structural fires, Was there a significant increase? And if there was it based on your changing the categorization of structural fires, which is my understanding, that we're not actually having a significant amount of actual physical fires? It's a categorization that you've done for a reason that I support, the reason that I do support.
Council President, there is a categorization issue to bring us in line for benchmarking with national standards. That said, counting apples to apples, we still have more fires, structure fires per capita, even the way we used to count, than any city in the nation. So we average 7 or 8 what we would call working structure fires, and that's using the same definition here in Philadelphia that we've always used. So really that number has stayed consistent and has stayed the same. And unfortunately, the fire death rate, despite our best efforts with fire prevention, putting 24/7 fire prevention units on the street, all of the education we've done, we're still having a real challenge with fire-related casualties all across the city.
All right. So I want to ask you, I want to kind of stick to Philadelphia because there's an request for an increase in Philly's budget. And we're, as it relates to the national trend, I mean, we're the most significant city out of the top 10 as it relates to poverty. We want to do something about that. But sticking to Philadelphia, in comparison to the prior years, there's a request for a significant amount of increase. And my question centers more around the Philadelphia model. Why is there a significant increase for Philadelphia fire department versus last year's and prior years? That's what I'm trying to get at. Not comparing them with other cities.
Understood, Council President. A lot of that increase is on paper. It's recognizing revenue, in some cases federal grant revenue. Actually, in most cases, it's recognizing our success in those federal grants. So the lion's share of that increase is actually recognizing the grant revenue that we received from the federal government to restore 4 engine companies last November.
And the 4 engine companies were vacant since 2008, is my understanding?
2008, 2009, yes, sir.
Okay.
So it's really sort of the accounting catching up with what's been happening and the additional resources and reinvestment that you've supported over the past several years out serving every neighborhood in the city.
Yeah. All right, because I'm just, and I understand I support and have always supported the fire department, but, there are challenges with the $650 million budget gap. And my question centers around the significant increase, not on paper, it's on paper in terms of the request of the Philadelphia's budget request. And so fire stations that have been closed since 2008, why are we now looking to reopen those fire stations when we have a $650 million budget gap?
Council President, those actions were actually taken about a year ago. We applied for the grant more than 2 years ago. So that actually is the lion's share of that restoration is from federal funds. A little bit more than 50% of that is from federal funding. The reason, quite frankly, that we restored those companies is because they were needed. We have had several firefighter line of duty deaths and subsequent reports here in the city, including, when I arrived, we were still wrestling with the tragic death of Joyce Craig. And that report, the NIOSH report, the federal report on that fire, and the one we expect on the death of Matt Letourneau, has a host of recommendations from the federal government to help ensure that we don't lose firefighters in the future. And of course, all of those recommendations accrue safety to our community and our citizens. I mean, these investments are really to provide frontline service to get to fires in our neighborhoods quickly and put the fires out to keep them less severe. And that really is the entire focus of these increases and these efforts. I can say that Engine 14 in Frankfurt, within a day of them being restored, they were actually making rescues under the L. And so there are several folks in the city who are hopefully very thankful for that. Of course, right after I got here, there was a fire down the street from that firehouse where there was not a fire engine available to respond in a timely fashion, and the neighbors were very perplexed about that. We explained to them that we would be, in this administration, doing everything we could to restore that capacity in our neighborhoods, and we followed through on that. Some of the accounting on that is being picked up this year.
Okay, so can you provide to me the incidents where you've gotten federal grants, therefore requiring, I'm assuming, some sort of a match from the local government, the ratio of federal versus local municipal contributions, and in all those incidents, and just give me a list of all of those particular cases and when those were filed for as it relates to federal grants.
Council President, we'd be happy to give you a listing of the federal grants that we have successfully competed for going back to fiscal year 2016, which is when I arrived. I'm not sure we have data beyond that.
Okay, that's fine. Only ask for something on your watch. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, Commissioner Teal. I want to say a special thank you to you, and you know I'm a little biased. Have to give a shout out to Engine 73, 61, 63, and Medics 33, 29, and 56. They've always been available when we needed them to communicate, support residents in our district, and I want to say a special thank you to them for the record. My first question, Commissioner, and I want you to walk me, and Engine 64, I just got a note that I forgot Engine 64. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, but a few years ago, the fire department created the fire service METs. Is that correct?
Councilmember, yes, that's correct.
And so tell me, how many fire service METs are there now?
Councilmember, I don't have that exact number, but it's down. The initial hiring, and again, that was before me, the initial hiring of the fire service EMTs, I believe, was around 200. We've had significant attrition in that cohort over the years. Some have become fire service paramedics, and we've gone to great lengths to establish programs to career path them up to being full paramedics. A number have gone over to become firefighter EMTs, or we've actually had a number who've become police officers. So that number has consistently dwindled. We are on the cusp of restarting that program. Of course, we've started a couple of community EMT programs to help build out our pipeline here in the city. So we are on the verge of restarting the fire service EMT hiring with the explicit notion of tracking those folks. It's sort of an apprentice program, tracking those folks into paramedic positions, because that's really what we need. This is an oversimplification, but becoming an EMT is about a 6-month proposition, 3 to 6 month proposition. Becoming a paramedic is a 1 to 2 year proposition.
And listen, Commissioner, you went and you must have known right where I was going, because when we look at the demographics of those who are fire service METs, I was extremely impressed. It appeared to be that the majority of them, and the last time I heard, I just didn't know if my numbers were correct, that it was about 100. But please forward that information to us when you can. But I was impressed with the amount of diversity that was there. And so, but I also couldn't understand when we were looking at the pay rate, it seemed that they were paid about 20% less. And I wanted to know what was their access to opportunity to get a promotion, for them to become a paramedic and or to take the firefighter test. So if you could, Commissioner, just provide counsel, and you can send it to the president and he'll distribute it to all members, sort of what that process is, so that when we get calls from our constituents about that, and what is the pipeline like, we can explain it. The next question in regards to the same issue was that I had a constituent who actually called me, and listen, and we knew him as an excellent EMT. He was also a college grad, and now, Commissioner, listen, he was a teacher at the firefighter training academy. And then it was crazy to me when we were talking to him that not only would he have to take the test to become a firefighter, but also he himself would have to go through training at the academy where he's currently a teacher. So I said, wait a minute. You are an instructor there, and you are teaching people coming through the academy, but then you would have to go through the exact training where you are a teacher. Walk me through that so I can understand that.
Council member, it's a great point. It's extremely inefficient. When I arrived, those fire service EMTs basically asked me, what is our career path? What are our opportunities? The answer was they didn't have any. So we have been consistently building those opportunities by having an in-house paramedic program. And that first cohort is getting ready to graduate soon. Obviously, our community EMT programs. The next level really is exactly what you're talking about, which is trying to make it so folks who are already members of the Philadelphia Fire Department as single role EMS providers don't have to go all the way back to the beginning, go back through recruit school for 9 months, and essentially start all over again. It's extremely inefficient. Right now, we've been talking since day one. I've been talking with the Office of Human Resources about that. Obviously, all of our hiring processes and recruitment processes are conducted in accordance with civil service regulations. Right now, the civil service regulations do not allow us to, what I would say, rationalize or make more efficient the current process, but that is absolutely something that we've been in constant dialogue with OHR about, and I would love to fix it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And my time is up, but I want to humbly propose that the fire service EMT, that a process be developed where they can be promoted to a firefighter position. And listen, Commissioner, view council as your ally in this effort. If there are any bureaucratic barriers that need to be removed with human resources, with the civil service, as chair of council's committee on labor services, I want you to call on us so that we can support you in any manner that we can. With that being said, the chair recognizes Council Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your service. Thank you for always allowing members of council to come up and tour the training center. It's amazing to see what it takes to be a firefighter in the city of Philadelphia. And they're made of special people who run to danger as opposed to running from danger. So thank you for that. My question is, one, if you could quickly give me a breakdown of the fires over your tenure. How many are commercial? How many are residential? And then what I'd like to ask about your EMTs. Since COVID, has there been a change in your process by way of what types of equipment they need to have by way of response? How many of those calls are they getting? And unfortunately, have they been impacted by the virus directly? And what we can do to better prepare going forward, how we can keep them safe.
Councilmember, thank you. I'll have to provide the split of incidents by commercial versus residential versus industrial as a follow-up. So we'll make sure we put that into a chart and potentially even a map and get that to you. If everybody can see behind me, that's actually a map of all of the fires in the city last year. And you can see that pretty much the only areas that have not had fire incidents are parks, although we've had some in parks, the airport runways, and a small strip along the port. So again, that's in some federal facilities, although we go there too. So we really do have fires distributed everywhere across the city and regrettably fire deaths. With respect to COVID-19, we are actually on the cusp tomorrow. We will be starting to honor the life and the service of firefighter Eric Gore, who passed away from complications of COVID-19 after a valiant struggle. So his line of duty death funeral is at Deliverance on Friday. So that unfortunately is the most obvious expression of our struggles with COVID-19. I can tell you our firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, dispatchers have done an amazing job. We've been taking on missions, including, operating isolation and quarantine sites, transporting COVID positive folks all across the city. Of course, helping stand up the Surge Hospital, the Leocoris Center, and as a result, relatively a significant percentage of our members have been affected in some way by COVID-19. We've been fortunate that at our scale, and because that took place over a period of time, it did not affect our ability to maintain minimum staffing levels around the city. So again, that's a testament to the dedication and service of our members, and also our infection control unit. They've been working full time on this to ensure that we have all the proper training, PPE. One of the things that we did, to your question early on, anticipating COVID-19 as we looked at the global situation before there was a case here, we ordered a different type of personal protective equipment from what we normally use, the N95 masks. We ordered that so we could leverage the self-contained breathing apparatus that we wear, the air tanks that you see. We actually have been using the face piece from that and using an adapter and a different type of cartridge respirator, and provided that to our members. I think everybody's now been provided with that equipment. Our members find that a lot more comfortable. It provides a higher level of protection. So I'm thankful that we did that early on, because everybody has seen how difficult it is to obtain the N95 masks. We're still struggling with that, anticipating the next wave. So again, I feel very fortunate that we made that call early, got that equipment, and I'm hopeful that we'll actually be able to get, we did apply for a federal grant to pay for that, and our initial indications are positive on that. So hopefully we'll actually be able to have FEMA pick up the cost.
So in the first wave early, there was a notification process that the city undertook. So I lived in a multi-unit structure, 50 or so units, and someone in my building had been affected by COVID-19, there was an information process tracing early on in the first weeks that would let people know. Were you guys involved with it? Because my understanding, as we got hit harder and so many people, we couldn't notify people. And so tell me the evolution of notification that will lead into tracking.
Councilmember, that's exactly right. Obviously, we, through this entire endeavor, we've been supporting the Department of Public Health and taking our cues from them on how to respond to this unprecedented crisis. There was a period of time, essentially the period of time where Public Health had the resources to do contact tracing and make those identifications, that we got the list from them, and we were able to do an initial screening through our communications center, our fire communications center. Our incredible dispatchers did that. Just as you stated, at the point where contact tracing was no longer possible because we were well into community spread, we were unable to do that anymore, and that really caused us to have to assume, as we all have to assume, hence, I can't miss the plug for masking up. We have to assume that everybody has COVID-19 because of that asymptomatic spread, which is why we really leaned forward on personal protective equipment. We also procured some additional equipment, clothing covering to help protect against aerosols. And so we've done some novel things, and I think that's a reason that while we've been hit hard, it could have been a heck of a lot worse.
Again, thank you for your service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. And just as a matter of housekeeping for council members, I want you to know that once we conclude the public hearing for the committee today and we go into the public meeting to consider a motion, we're going to have to do a roll call. So I just want to remind all council members that we will have to do a roll call vote when we go into our public meeting. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gaultier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Thill. Thank you for your service and for all your department does to keep Philadelphians safe. I need to ask you about overtime. The most recent PICA report showed that the fire department is 116% over its overtime allotment for FY20 through the third quarter of this year. Is this due to your department's COVID response, and how does the department plan to reduce overtime spending over the next year?
Council member, some of that overtime is undoubtedly due to the COVID response, and now due to the response, we'll have even more overtime due to having to put additional resources on the street over the past week. I'll try to keep this succinct, but fire departments always rely on overtime, all fire departments, to maintain minimum staffing levels because we're a 24/7, 365 operation. The alternative to overtime is essentially overhiring full-time positions to make sure that we can always keep the right number of folks on our frontline apparatus. A fire engine, for instance, carries 4 people. It takes 4 people for that fire engine to be functional as a response unit. It is not functional with less than 4 people. As well, those minimum staffing requirements are contractual obligations and also comport with national standards. So the reality is, for a number of years, we have been understaffed relative to our minimum staffing requirements. This year, one of the other things you'll see in the budget is a significant increase in our position count, and that is the ultimate reconciliation of several years of work with budget, with PICA, to properly express and be transparent about our actual staffing requirements and what we have filled versus the money that we actually have available. So in essence, those positions, that was a trade of overtime dollars for full-time dollars, although it will take us a few years to ramp up to that number. That will reduce the amount of overtime that we spend because we will have more full-time positions who will be able to fill in when our members take their earned leave benefits, whether it's vacation leave, annual leave, sick leave, or unfortunately we have folks who are off injured, or we lose people due to attrition. So again, in a fire department, there's no such thing as vacancy savings because the majority of our positions are frontline minimum staffing positions. If somebody's out, we have to fill that position. And right now, we only have enough people to fill that position with overtime.
Thank you. And thank you for talking about the projected positions. My next question is related to that. It looks like there are currently about 150 unfilled positions in the fire department, and this budget proposes an additional 626 firefighters assigned to neighborhood fire protection, 50 EMTs, and 74 additional paramedics. Can you talk with more specificity about your capacity to fill this many positions and your track record in doing so, and the time period that you think it would take you to fill these positions?
Council member, it's a prescient question. I think that right now we have about 200 firefighter and paramedic cadets in our academy in various stages of training. It takes 9 months to train somebody who starts in the academy until they graduate. We're getting ready to have a class graduate. We have another one behind it. So we really have, over the past 4 years, we've really increased our ability to recruit, hire, train, and retain folks. But for us to reach that number, which will be the ultimate resolution to your initial question, it's going to take, and again, right now it's it's difficult for us to project anything given the current environment. But if we continue on the current pace, which is contemplated in this FY21 proposed budget, we estimate it would take us 3 or 4 years, basically full-on training, 12 months year-round, to achieve that position count, and then ultimately reduce our overtime figure, significantly reduce our overtime figure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gaultier. The chair recognizes Councilmember Dom.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Teal, and your department for your tireless work during this pandemic and also during the last 10 days ago, I guess last week or so, the civil unrest. And on a personal story, I just want to share with you, Commissioner, that I think it was 8:30 that Saturday night, about 10 days ago. I walked by 18th and Chancellor, and I noticed, I don't know, 12 or 15 firefighters with the trucks on Chancellor trying to attack the fire on the 1700 block of Walnut Street. And I suggested to them that we go up to the 4th floor of the Penwark garage. We went up there, took out the fencing, and they were able to tackle that fire from the top down, which I learned a lot about firefighting, and I have a tremendous respect for the fire department. I have a lot more after seeing your department in action from 8:30 until about 1 o'clock when I left in the morning, just watching them what they were doing. It was very impressive. Very proud of the fire department. So my questions are really revolving around some of what my colleagues mentioned and understanding the capacity of the fire department's budget. The budget for Class 100 proposed is going up about $50 million. Is that really feasible to accomplish based on the cadet classes that graduate roughly 200 in a 6 to 9 month period? Are you able to really, increase? In December you had 2,500 employees. We're looking at almost 3,400. Is that feasible to be reached this year? Is that over a 3-year period? And I'm asking that because if it's over a 3-year period, then maybe we could adjust the Class 100 to free up some of that money to invest in either affordable housing or prevent other layoffs throughout the city.
Councilmember, I appreciate your initial comments. That money is going to be spent either way. It's either going to be spent on full-time positions or on overtime to maintain minimum staffing. So the idea with this budget was to essentially re-rack the way we show our position count versus our daily minimum staffing requirements and change the split of the Class 100 dollars. So it will take us a few years, several years probably, to reach that full-time position count. Until then, so we hope that overtime goes down over that period of time as we move up to that number. But until then, we're going to have to continue to use overtime to fulfill minimum staffing requirements. So there are enough firefighters. And again, you saw and firsthand how many firefighters it takes. I think there's a misconception that a one-alarm fire is one fire engine. The reality is it's 4 fire engines, 2 ladder trucks, 2 battalion chiefs, an ambulance, etc. And what you saw on that night, I think that fire went to 3 alarms. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg for us that weekend. We went to many more fires and multiple alarm fires. And the other thing to remember is that the fire department operates as a system. So it's not like the one fire engine around the corner from your house or business is the only fire engine or ladder truck that responds. You're basically going to get fire engines and ladder trucks from all across the city. And as we go to incidents, we have to backfill or cover those gaps to try to maintain an equitable response time distribution across the city, regardless of the workload. And of course, we've really been maxed out at that over the past week, but those aren't the only days that occurs.
So no, I understand what you're saying. I guess my question has to do with capacity, because in 2021, the actual fire department budget that I'm looking at right now was about $264 million, and in the proposed new budget, it's $314. So it's an increase of almost 20%. And I guess the question is, we had overtime in 21, in 20 rather, and I assume we'll have it in 21. But that increase of $50 million just seems like a lot, and I'm just wondering if all that capacity is really going to be abused.
Councilmember, I don't know that given current events, it's going to be enough. And I honestly don't know how to answer the question. We're still engaged 24/7 with COVID response activities on top of our primary mission. It's hard to know what the future holds. Again, some of that, rolling up some of the answers to the questions, some of what you see on paper is actually bringing in additional dollars that were provided, additional appropriation that was provided at mid-year 20, and continuing that through into 21, as well as recognizing federal grant dollars that we successfully competed for, as well as finally trying to properly display our actual staffing needs and requirements versus the actual dollars that we have available to fulfill those.
Okay, listen, Commissioner, I want to thank you and your department. And again, I was really, really impressed at that 3 alarmer. Unfortunately, that occurred, but you guys did a tremendous job. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Dom. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Thank you, Commissioner, so very much. And I know this is a difficult time, and I want to appreciate the department's role in the emergency response to the health pandemic. I don't think we all realize and recognize how much your department was an integral part of that strategy. And so I personally want to thank you. In light of what's happened over the last few weeks, and I just want to put in context, because I know that prior to this administration, we had really disinvested in the department, and you're playing catch up, and it's hard to explain in the context of the $600 million. But there were 8 years that, there were some trying times in the fire department, and I appreciate you coming from outside. I think you've provided fresh eyes and professionalism to how we see a fire department. Can you, in light of what's been happening over the last couple of weeks, can you speak to me a little bit about what the department has done around its own diversity, inclusion, as it's grown and as we've invested in it to ensure that the department, because we have had some challenges around race relations in the departments. Can you give me an update of where you are?
Councilmember, appreciate your comments in the context. As you know, we've been really focused on ensuring that we have a diverse, inclusive, and respectful workplace since my first day here. I think if you look at our budget testimony and you look at our new hires, and again, recognizing that that is all done in accordance with civil service regulations and OHR processes, I think we've really been able to move the needle on our new hiring. As you know, we put additional resources into our recruitment unit. So they're literally out there 24/7, 365 doing recruitment in all of our neighborhoods. We have been doing internal training, what we call the TLC training, to talk to folks about interpersonal relations, the value of diversity, et cetera, et cetera. And that is certainly, we, like every other, I think, organization, need to redouble our efforts. The good news is those efforts are already underway. Again, I think if you look at the testimony and you look at the composition of my executive team, all of whom I have put in their roles, we are certainly trying to model what we believe is the future in the present.
And we appreciate that, and that's hugely important. I particularly appreciate your attention to the training and the discussions, right? I know that sometimes people don't want to have those discussions, but the value of it, so I think that's hugely important. I want to talk about emergency personnel and the paramedic component, and particularly the challenges that we face in Kensington. Can you speak a little bit for the benefit of my colleagues and everyone, the challenges that your department has faced in the response to the opioid epidemic in Kensington, and then couple that with the COVID response?
Councilmember, thank you for that opportunity. Keeping in mind that the fire department, our dedicated EMTs, paramedics, firefighter EMTs, respond to, on average, 700 to 800 EMS incidents every 24 hours. In the summer, it can be as high as 1,000 incidents every 24 hours, with 50 full-time medic units and another 10 sort of part-time medic units. The contribution of the opioid epidemic to that overall number on any given day is about 40, and again, that's on average. So it's, again, depending on the day, it's a meaningful percentage. At the same time, a lot of our incidents are occurring all around the city for a host of other types of emergencies. That said, the frequency and the challenges of the opioid epidemic, it really does take a toll on our members. We've been fortunate, as you know, that we've been able to create an incredible partnership with DBH-IDS and with our Alternative Response Unit 2. So we are actually that paramedic and social worker or case manager moving around Kensington all day and trying to make sure that instead of simply reviving people, taking them to the hospital where they leave, catch the next train back, and we're at it again, they're actually following people through the continuum of care and trying to get them into treatment. That is still a relatively new program. I think we're about the 1 year mark. But on the second day that unit was in service, they actually are able to track somebody through that continuum of care and pick them up as they were coming out of the hospital and take them to treatment. So we think there's huge benefit in the future for that type of alternative response, and we're looking at leveraging that concept across all of our different cohorts of emergency medical patients.
Thank you. I think the team and the unit that has been out there responding, I've been on many scenes. It's quite complicated. I'll be looking to your department, as we look at what we've been doing in Kensington. And again, I'm going to keep repeating that the old normal was not acceptable, and the new normal, subjecting the community of Kensington to 300 folks living in addiction in the street is a public safety challenge. We went through the hepatitis A situation and now COVID, and I don't think we're doing enough over there. And I'm interested to see and hear from the perspective from the fire department, who's had to respond to the emergency pieces, because I would hate to think that we're going to go through a third summer in Kensington with the conditions that we have there. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Sanchez. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you, Commissioner, and to all the members of the Fire Department for your service, particularly during this time. And I just wanted to send a special shout out to Engine 54, who responded to a fire on the corner of my block during the civil unrest. And also just express my deepest condolences to all of you on the loss of firefighter Gore. So I had a really quick question around the Fire Explorer program and how you are continuing to work with the school district and over at Randolph around the Fire Explorer program and any CTE programs you have.
Councilmember, thank you for the kind words and the questions. We certainly, the Randolph program remains a very important program to us. It does not come without a cost. We essentially have 2 full-time positions devoted to that with a very small offset from the school district. Again, we think the value of that is we still have room to grow that program. The Explorers program, we know we have room to grow. It actually broke my heart the last time that we put the call out for Explorers. We had around 200 young people apply for that program, and we only had about 75 slots. Again, that program is also not without a cost. We've moved that into our recruiting unit, and for the first time provided a dedicated staff member to that. We are hoping to, as we look at creating some additional, having another fire department facility at 78th and Ogons, that is essentially, in addition to housing our EMS regional office, we also are hoping to provide a location where the Explorers can really scale up because we think there's still a significant opportunity in that program to help ensure that we always have a diverse pipeline of folks, and again, introduce people across the city to careers they might not have thought of.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for the record, if you could just speak to the point preference program that's available for young people in those programs when they apply to positions with the fire department.
Councilmember, I apologize. I actually, I'm not the right person to speak to that. I think it really, we have to follow the civil service regulations on that. So I don't, we just sort of follow what they say.
Sure. And then quickly, could you just speak to if COVID has affected your ability to distribute fire alarms in specific communities?
Councilmember, yes, unfortunately it has. We suspended our smoke alarm installation program. And again, we heard from folks who were in our queue to go out and do installs that, they were concerned about having firefighters go in and do that. We did receive a federal grant recently to install more smoke alarms, as well as some kind of a novel program to do something to address cooking fires differently. So we are, along with everything else, we are trying to figure out as we go into the yellow phase and then hopefully the green phase, how we can restart and scale those programs based on the current fiscal realities.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Thiel. Like my other colleagues, our hearts and prayers go out to the Gore family, all the members of the Philadelphia Fire Department regarding his services tomorrow. As you know, I've talked with you in the past about the Fire Ops 101 training that I got a chance to go through several years ago, which gave me a very real perspective of the work that firefighters do on a daily basis. It gave me a much deeper appreciation for the work that you do. I know we're in challenging financial times, but hopefully sometime in the future, we'll be able to restart that initiative so more people get a perspective on daily work of members of the fire department. During this pandemic, I know it's been challenging getting PPE equipment, also with all of the unrest that's occurred over the past number of days. I want to get a sense from you, the number of fires that may have occurred since the tragic killing of George Floyd. I want to get a sense that that's been a higher number than normal. I know I was at Broad & Chew last week, and we were doing a clean out, and representatives of the fire department were there to help us in that regard, as well as Council Members Thomas and Congressman Evans, also Councilmember Brooks, and it was organized by Councilmember Parker. But I want to get a sense of, was there an increase in fires coming out of the unrest? Whether it should work.
Councilmember Green, we've lost your sound, Councilmember Green.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Councilman, we can hear you.
All right. So, I just want to get a sense of what may have occurred in reference to was there an increase in number of fires that happened coming out of the tragic death of George Floyd?
Council member, appreciate all your kind words. Absolutely, a massive increase in the number of fire incidents. So a regular day for us is something around 150 on average fire incidents. That includes the average 6 or 7 working structure fires and a number of other incidents that don't become working structure fires because we get there quickly with the proper response complement, and our incredible firefighters are able to get in and aggressively protect lives and save property. So that's an average is 125 to 150 fire incidents. On May 31st, we had 223. On June 1st, we had 226. On June 2nd, we had 226. On June 3rd, we had 437. A large percentage of those, probably about half of that 437, were actually due to the derecho, severe weather event that by itself would have been a big deal if it had occurred at a different time. On June 4th, we had 229 fire incidents, June 5th, 178, June 6th, 163, and June 7th, 126. We've been tracking pretty much quote unquote normal, but again, normal for us means still 6 to 7 working fires every day. We had a fire a few days ago in Tioga where we still have 22 people who were burned out of their apartments who are being sheltered by the Red Cross. So, we're no stranger to a significant number of fires. I can tell you during the peak of the fire incidents, which was probably and again, it all runs together since I've been working for something like 90 days straight or whatever. But my intrepid executive officer, Captain Derek Bomer, and I were out and about for about 60 hours straight. I think that was overnight of June 1st, whatever that Sunday was, kind of Sunday morning into Monday night. And we were doing about a one working fire every hour. So it was about 3 times what we would call a working fire. It was about 3 times normal at the peak. And thankfully, we had put additional resources on the street anticipating that. And thankfully, we went and looked. We only had one documented instance where anybody did anything negative to our firefighters. So again, since we are on, I want to publicly thank Philadelphians who we know were struggling for letting us do what we needed to do. And of course, I personally witnessed at a 3-alarm fire in Kensington during the peak of that, our firefighters putting themselves at great personal risk to save an entire row of row houses. Now, that didn't just happen the past week. Our firefighters are doing that 24/7, 365.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've heard from Commissioner Atlaw in reference to the huge number of increased calls that refer to the police department, but I think I had a perspective that was also increased in reference to fire. Also, I wanted to ask a question in reference to PPE equipment. Has that still been a challenge for the fire department in order to receive PPE equipment, especially to resolve fires and to keep your members safe?
Councilmember, I think overall, sustaining our PPE it's always a challenge. It's very expensive. So making sure that we have the specialized bunker gear, the fire suits that we wear, every member has to have 2 of those. They're expensive. The breathing apparatus is very expensive. So that's always a cost center for us, trying to make sure and ensure that's updated. With respect to COVID-19 PPE, again, because we made some early decisions to do something a little bit different, we have not had challenges in the fire department with PPE for COVID. In my role as the emergency management director and on behalf of healthcare organizations all across the city, we definitely are still having challenges procuring the appropriate personal protective equipment to ensure that we have the right stuff in nursing homes, care facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So we're still in dialogue with the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, with FEMA, and with potential suppliers around the globe to ensure that we have what we need in case there is another wave.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. The chair recognizes Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, how you doing? I just want to thank you for your hard work and your dedication during these last couple of challenging days. And so we just want to say we appreciate you and all that your team has been doing. I also want to get a shout out to all firefighters. We do a lot of work with, close work with Local 22, as well as in Point Breeze. You have an outstanding engine at Engine 24, which is around the corner from my house. So they make sure my son get a chance to see the fire trucks when we come around for Election Day. And so I just wanted to give a shout out for them, and most importantly, you for your hard work and your dedication. In terms of the EMT crews, just give me an idea of rules of engagement regarding COVID-19 and when they arrive on a scene or to a person's homes. Just the rules of engagement, making sure that one, they're protected, but also in the midst of them being protected, able to still do their job effectively in terms of being on the scene, addressing the issue in a timely and efficient manner, in the context of also COVID-19 being a reality that they don't want to catch the virus as well.
Thank you, council member, and hopefully we had your son fill out a job interest card while he was we start recruiting young. So thank you for that. So it's a challenge. COVID has certainly presented a challenge for us because of the asymptomatic spread. Firefighters and medics and EMTs are no stranger to communicable diseases. One of the first things 20 some odd years ago when I started in this business, the first thing I got was a hepatitis B vaccination because we are exposed to the whole range of communicable diseases through all routes of exposure 24/7. COVID has been a little bit different. So typically what our providers will do, and keep in mind too that we had the busiest ambulance in the entire nation last year, busier than New York, and they are essentially doing our medics, the folks assigned to our ambulances, whether they're EMTs, firefighter EMTs, or paramedics, essentially never get a break during their 12-hour shift. Sometimes they're doing multiple calls in an hour. So they really are incredibly dedicated, and at the same time, it can be a challenge for them to do, on an incident, they have to make some real split-second decisions. So I think typically with COVID, our folks have been, we are adopting and have been enforcing in firehouses since Public Health made the recommendation, the masking, and of course, keep in mind a cloth mask for us is not personal protective equipment. It's really to help limit asymptomatic spread in our facilities, which are essentially congregate living facilities. Our firefighters live, eat, sleep, and work together 24/7, along with our medics and EMTs. So that's been a challenge for us. Typically, our arriving on an emergency medical services incident, there's a scene survey, and we try to maintain, we've been doing radio announcements several times a day, maintain a safe screening distance, again, wearing that cloth mask, which is also to protect our patients. Safe screening distance, kind of doing an initial verbal triage, and then if needed, putting on the Tyvek suit, the face piece from our breathing apparatus with the cartridge respirator, or an N95 respirator if it's available, and essentially continuing to provide patient care. So it has slowed us down a little bit, but again, we've been able to keep pace with the demand.
And just one follow-up question. I know there's been a lot of property damage to businesses as a result of the protesting, so a lot of looting and vandalism. Have we explored possible disaster recovery funds from FEMA to support our rebuilding efforts, as well as small businesses and other types of facade and property damages as well?
Councilmember, absolutely. Again, OEM working with Commerce and our Unified Command Group, we are absolutely in dialogue with FEMA about declarations. The events of the past week don't necessarily meet the Stafford Act definition, but we are absolutely engaged with them on helping them understand the situation. And it raises a good point as well. You know, our firefighters take great risk to protect property, to protect businesses. Businesses that have fires frequently do not reopen. So our firefighters take great personal risk to protect businesses and protect folks' property, because we know that sometimes everything anybody has is inside that home. So we do things a little bit differently than other departments, recognizing that. And of course, we understand that in our trying to convey to the folks that hold the purse strings on those dollars, that even though a fire might have occurred in a business and might be eligible for Small Business Administration funding, it's possible that in the departments above, folks suffered a loss. And is there a way we can get them some individual assistance? So yes, that's absolutely something that we are focused on right now.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And again, thank you for your service.
Prez, we can't hear you, Prez. Unmute.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I believe Councilwoman Bass is up next.
Good almost afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So I just had a couple of questions. Number one, I wanted to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and really thank the Philadelphia Fire Department for always being at the ready and always, available to be helpful, whether it's for, the most serious of occurrences that you have to go to, which are fires or rescues or even community events. I cannot tell you how happy the young people are, particularly when the fire truck comes out, the members of the fire department get off of the truck and engage with kids at block parties and community events and activities, and that really does go a long way. So I just wanted to thank you for that and for the involvement, and really to all of the members of the Philadelphia Fire Department. We really do thank you and depend on you so much. My question is about the facilities, the Philadelphia Fire houses, so to speak, that the members of the fire department work in. I've had, over the course of the years, been to every fire location in my district, every firehouse in my district, at least once, and in some cases on more than one occasion, and have really made it a point to see the conditions in which our fire department personnel work in. And I would have to say, over the years, I would rate them as highly unsatisfactory. And I wanted to know, if you could speak to the capital improvements that are going to be made to those locations, not just in my district, but really, I assume that it's throughout the entire city of Philadelphia, because it looks as if, that we haven't invested in the fire department. And, listen, you guys can't help us. You guys and women can't help us if, you're in a bad way and becoming sick from exposures at the firehouses. I've personally witnessed one firehouse in particular that had raw sewage. And so, that was some time ago, and I know it was fixed and addressed, but these are the kind of health concerns and conditions that really do not lend itself to, happy personnel who are able to get out and do their job. So if you could talk about that a little bit.
Councilmember, I appreciate that. Frankly, I'm not sure I can expand or add anything to your assessment. Shortly after I got here, with our partners at the Department of Public Property, we did a public safety facilities master plan. And, the bottom line for that plan at the time, and this was a couple years ago, is that it's about a $280 million effort to just bring all of our existing facilities up to a livable condition where the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work, the basic systems are functioning, basic structural integrity, et cetera, et cetera. Now, again, this goes to what several council members have said. I think there was a period of time where there was not investment, so there was a lot of deferred maintenance. And again, to be fair, we all understand what the fiscal situation was as a city at that time. It's a real challenge now because it's hard to catch up when you've had a lot of years of deferred maintenance. So I am confident that there is still money in this FY21 proposed budget to do some facility improvements. Improvements probably not the right word. Major repairs. And again, the tactical kind of wild card in this that we're looking at is how do we, and again, you said it, how do we address this COVID situation? How do we potentially mitigate COVID in our firehouses that are essentially a series of congregate living spaces that have been substantially degraded over time? So it's hard to clean something when it's, the Formica peeled off 25 years ago, and what's left is the chipboard that's underneath. So it's going to be a challenge for us. Again, we're thankful that there is some money still in the capital plan for us, plus unspent prior year balances. So we're going to continue to do what we can do. It's going to continue to be a problem for some time.
Is there a plan to address this? I guess is part of my question. Is there a plan? Because if we're looking at the fact that, again, these are living spaces that are shared among members of the fire department, and if they, go on a run, have contact with someone who has COVID and then return back to the fire station, there is a chance that it could spread very quickly and easily among all of the members. And I know that there are protocols that try to prevent that, but, it is inevitable that transmission would occur in some cases, even I think with the best of protocols. It's, it's just so easily transmitted. So is there a plan in place so that we can get to how do we protect our first responders? Having all the overtime in the world is great, but if we don't have the personnel because they're out sick, because they've contracted COVID or anything else, how do we protect them?
Councilmember, it's hard to improve on your assessment. There is the public safety facilities master plan that I mentioned that rolls up now. You're probably talking about $300 million. So that is a plan. The challenge is the resourcing of that. And the other challenge is the timing. Even, if hypothetically we had $300 million right now to do that, we still couldn't do it. It would still take years to do that because we have to phase the opening and closing of firehouses to maintain coverage, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no getting around the challenges of resourcing that plan in terms of dollars and time. With respect to COVID-19, we are working on plans now, trying to leverage the existing science, which remains pretty thin, and guidance from public health on whether or not there are temporary measures we can take to try to mitigate COVID propagation in our existing facilities, but recognizing that it's hard to separate that from, when you don't have functional heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, there really isn't anything you can do to keep that bunk room from becoming, in essence, a bioreactor. So that's a real challenge for us, but it's something we're working on. So we have the strategic plan, with DPP, and then we are working with DPP and public health and others to try to figure out if there's something we can do tactically.
I thank you for your answer, and I know my time is up, but the last thing I'd like to say really quickly, Mr. President, is that if, I'm glad that there's a plan, but I don't feel a sense of urgency. And if we don't take care of the people who take care of us, then we're in big trouble. And I think that we've seen this already with COVID, where, a lot of folks who were essential personnel, particularly doctors and nurses who were getting sick at hospitals, treating patients. So I just think that there has to be much more of a sense of urgency. It's not just, we want the firehouses to look nice and be attractive for the sake of, we just like nice, pretty spaces. That's not what this is about, even though that there's nothing wrong with liking nice, pretty spaces. But what we're really trying to do is make sure that the work environment for these first responders fits what the needs are for the concerns that we have on a day-to-day basis now in 2020 and beyond. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Based on my list, I think Councilwoman Bass was the last member teed up. Okay, correct. Commissioner, I want to thank you. I do need you to do one thing for me, Commissioner. Earlier, I asked you a question about the EMS versus firefighters in terms of your budget request. I don't have my budget details, and I'm not sure if it's in there. Can you outline later on, give me the information as it relates to how much money is going towards the EMS and how much is going towards firefighters?
Council President, I will just tell you in advance, it's the division between those is really artificial. On any given day, somewhere between a quarter to a half of our ambulances, our medic units, are actually staffed by firefighter EMTs. So it's a real challenge for us to pull those apart because it changes every day, because we don't have enough paramedics. As I think we talked about, several council members identified, we are constantly taking firefighter EMTs on overtime and putting them in those medic units. So anything we gave you would be a snapshot.
Okay, I only asked that question because I'm still trying to get my hands around the issue with respect to structural fires versus the prior years. If we were in normal times when we had these $200, $300, $400, $500 million fund balances, I wouldn't even be asking you these questions. But we do have some real challenges, and there are a lot of people. We had literally 4 or 5 hours of testimony last night and prior public testimony. People are asking for a lot of things to be restored across the board, and so we do have to make some very difficult decisions. So whatever you can give me, I really need for you to try to get that to me as best possible. All right. Commissioner, thank you. Obviously, thank you for your service, you and your personnel. You guys do an awesome job, and we really genuinely appreciate you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I think actually Mr. Abernathy wanted to come in briefly to discuss an overall safety plan. For Mr. Abernathy, if you're available.
Council President, my comments are actually pretty closely aligned with Commissioner Outlaw. So if police is up next, I think it makes sense. If prisons is up next, I'm happy to wait. So I think it's up to you.
Oh, I got a text that you want to defer to the commissioner now?
Is Commissioner Carney up next? Or Commissioner Outlaw?
Commissioner Outlaw, I'm sorry.
All right, then then yes, sir, thank you very much.
Okay, right. Just responding to a text I got.
No, I understood, and thank you, Council President. I do appreciate your indulgence. I did want to touch on the events of the past couple weeks and changes that we're proposing on how we do business. And as I drove into the city on Saturday, May 30th, I really thought I'd actually be home for dinner. We've managed dozens of protests, and I've trusted our police tactics. We've managed multiple large events and trusted how we've prepared. I never imagined that I'd end my day early on Sunday morning, having witnessed our city coming apart at the seams. And I was dumbfounded by how out of touch I truly was, and how I underestimated the anger and rage and frustration of folks then I'm hired to serve. Over the past several days, there are images that I think are burned into all of our memories, and those images are different for each of us. The flames on a police car, people trying to tear the Rizzo statue down, the statue actually laid to rest in the back of a truck, Army trucks in front of City Hall and soldiers in our community, and the community coming together to clean commercial quarters, the mechanical walk of an officer spraying mace into the faces of people peacefully sitting on the ground, and the scramble of folks trying to escape 676, the face of a police supervisor as he swung his baton, soldiers dancing with demonstrators, and frankly, the eyes and voices of the people that we've let down. There are things that I recognize I'll never be able to understand because of the privileges that I have, privileges that come from where I was born and who my parents were, and simply because I was born a white man. And I recognize that my daughters will have privileges that little girls that live just a few blocks may not have. And it's that unfairness and that injustice of our society what drove me into public service. And it's what, throughout my career, I've tried to change. But as I sit here, I think we face a reflection point. And I have to ask myself, can I continue to work and make change working within and for a clearly broken system? And can I bear if a revolution, if and when it comes, what side will I stand on? Am I too comfortable with the injustices that have built my own home? And have I lost my way? And can I find my way back? These are the questions I pray over every day. And regardless of how I answer them in the end, what's made clear is that I need to do better for all of you, better for all our communities, and better for our city. We have so much to do, and I don't think I have to tell you all that. Whether it's violence, opioids, homelessness, our school systems, hunger, deep racial inequality, all of that and more in the middle of a pandemic and the worst economic crisis in generations. It's daunting. Frankly, I'm scared, and I question whether I'm the leader that the city needs at times. But despite that self-doubt, I'm committed to the change that this city deserves. And yesterday, the mayor sent council a letter around some of those changes, including reducing the police department's budget to FY20 funding levels, changing our use of force policies, supporting a new police oversight commission and the creation of a deputy inspector general for law enforcement agencies, increased measures on transparency in the discipline process, an early warning system for indicators of misconduct, and a focus of diversity in our recruitment, as well as a number of issues related to Act 111 arbitration and the support for a number of state bills in our legislature. We have a lot to do to build a more just system. I'm committed to working with all of you as partners. I look forward to answering your questions, and now I would turn it over to Commissioner Outlaw.
Thank you. Chair recognizes next up Commissioner Outlaw will be testifying on behalf of the Police Department. Commissioner?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Council President Clark and esteemed members of City Council, I am Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw, and I'm here today to testify regarding our FY21 budget. Submission, a lot, as you all aware, has happened. Corporal O'Connor was killed on the line of duty. The coronavirus pandemic happened. And then we lost Lieutenant Walker and Police Officer Nuevo to the pandemic. And then we all recently experienced the Justice for George Floyd protests, and so the FOP extended contract, just to name a few. Consequently, our budget submission has changed several times between the FY21 budget submitted in March and the revised budget that has been resubmitted. Specifically, there was an increase of approximately $14 million, all tied to labor costs. And then additionally, there were funds that we requested for a body-worn camera expansion, which is about $1.9 million, implicit bias training, $300,000, the expansion of criminal intelligence analysts, which was about $1.5 million, and the public safety enforcement officer program, which was $1.9 million. But we expect to pay for these programs by decreasing our police overtime by comparable amounts. I also want to say that while total violent crimes offenses are down by 2.5% compared to last year, we know that our homicides and our aggravated assaults are up significantly, about 25% and almost 21% respectively. Our total property crime offenses are up 10.2%. And these latter numbers are largely driven by the commercial burglaries and retail thefts that we've recently experienced over the last several days. And although we've recovered to date about 831 guns from the street, we realize that we still have work to do. Our performance goals for the upcoming year include a operating model that incorporates daily district priorities, district weekly priorities, weekly shooting reviews, biweekly CompStat, and quarterly district strategies by the end of 2020. The realignment of Operation Pinpoint to address our most violent hotspots in the city, expanding to 40 or more by the end of 2020. Reducing homicides in Operation Pinpoint areas by 25% by the end of 2021. Increasing the homicide clearance rate to 65% by the end of 2021. Increasing our non-fatal shooting victim clearance rate to 30% by the end of 2021. And high-risk individual referral notification from PPD to the Office of Violence Prevention, and increase the monthly referral count to 75 per month, which is about a 50% increase. I believe that by addressing our most violent hotspots and individuals, we will exceed the mayor's second-term priority for citywide homicide and shooting victim reduction. In addition to crime prevention and reduction, my priorities also include the creation of a policy revision schedule, an early intervention program, which does include an early intervention system, a thorough review of who is accepted to and or removed from specialized units, a deep delve into minimum staffing and civilianization, a review of our performance appraisal process, our promotional processes, our programs around employee health and wellness, our recruiting and marketing and background investigation processes, our administrative investigation processes, our use of technology, and our need for training and leadership development throughout the department. So today I, along with my leadership team, am prepared to talk about our budget changes and the impact the funding will have on the police department and the safety of our citizens, our community. Each of us are in a position to reimagine tomorrow's law enforcement. In fact, not just tomorrow, but quite frankly, for the next 100 years. So I look forward to working collaboratively with each of you as we make history together for the benefit of all people, including our law enforcement professionals. I have members of our executive team and our leadership team here on the call today, and we will make absolutely every effort to answer the questions that you may have and address your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start out by saying thank you so much for making the decision to come to the city of Philadelphia. Commissioner, we, at your press conference, a number of members attended, and subsequently there were follow-up conversations where we all committed to providing the support to you as a new commissioner in the city of Philadelphia. We tend to be a welcoming bunch, but a little ways down the line, we tend to beat folks up. That's just what we do here in the city of Philadelphia, but that's a part of our role and responsibility. But the commitment to support you was real. It continues to be real. We want you to be successful. We want you to be the police commissioner that people recognize as the person who is clearly the head of that particular department. So we're going to do what we have to do to make sure that that's understood. There are a lot of questions that I have for you that, in all honesty, to some degree, it didn't happen on your watch. I mean, the increased number of the homicides, 7 people being shot last night at 7th and Wallace, the ongoing issue across the city, 26% increase in homicides over last year, after last year was a year when we saw the increase in homicides. I think it was the highest since 2000. 8 or 7. I mean, it was like a significant increase at that point where it was recognized as such, and now we're above that. And I know what we're going, I fully acknowledge what we're going through as it relates to the pandemic. I fully acknowledge, and we all have, in a very, very meaningful way, not only here across the nation, but in the City Council of Philadelphia, where we took a knee as a result of what happened to George Floyd. We continue to push those issues, the police reforms that was referenced earlier by Brian Abernathy, to a large degree, I believe, was in response to a letter from members of council. And we appreciate the mayor adopting a significant number of those issues in his response. We have to pay attention to it. We are caught in the moment, and hopefully we will be extremely aggressive and respond to that. But I gotta say, as a person who represents, and I keep referencing this, the 22nd Police District, a district that has always been 1 or 2, maybe 3 every now and then in terms of the number of shootings and homicide. I cannot, in my mind, allow that to be put on the back burner with respects to shootings and homicides, all the things associated with that. And I say that, and I'm going to keep saying it. I don't care if people don't like the fact that I want to talk about homicides when we have all this other stuff going on. Because while some people might believe that the homicides only relate to the victims and the perpetrator, the simple reality is all of these people have families. All of these things happen in neighborhoods. And it is a trauma in a neighborhood over in Strawberry Mansion a few months ago where somebody shot up a block, right, because of some beef, earlier beef with an individual in the middle of a block party. That block party was memorializing a person who had been shot earlier. I mean, so it just traumatizes the entire community, the city. So I just want you to know that we're going to keep pushing on that issue. I need you to tell us what we need to continue to do. As I referenced when I talked to the city solicitor earlier, we are going to proceed with our, not only our response to our challenge of our law for lost and stolen guns and the non-reporting of such, and also moving forward on state-created danger legislation. And I will give the appropriate heads up to the members of the General Assembly and the government if anybody think that we didn't do that when we referenced it earlier. That will be a significant push, along with what I referenced earlier as it relates to dealing with injustices, dealing with reform, and I think we're on the right track of starting that process and dealing with the fact that there are some people calling for some levels of restructuring in the police department. And I'm clear that you have some thoughts on as it relates to some of those things that should possibly happen. I know I've talked to police numerous times, and they don't want to be in this social service job, which sometimes they call to do all the other things. So we're here. We're going to work with you. I'm actually going to defer a lot of my questions to allow other members to ask you those questions. But I just want to let you know where I'm coming from. Do want to see aggressive reform. It's going to happen, not only here. On the national level, it's being discussed on the state level. We got to do that. And we got to talk about a smart restart as it relates to how we have the police department be a part of our government in a meaningful way. Do want to talk about that recruitment issue in a meaningful way. We are going to be introducing legislation that reflects a number of those issues on Thursday. So again, I'm going to not ask you any questions. I'm sorry for the delay, but I just had to get that out there. And we'll move forward with questions from my colleagues. My question will be followed. Okay, I think we have members teed up. I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Gauthier as the first person that's on our list. Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you so much, Council President. Good morning, Commissioner Outlaw.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your service. I realize that these past few months must have been a really hard orientation to the city for you. Like my colleagues, I've been left shaken by the unrest in the wake of George Floyd's death. both here in Philadelphia and around the country. I am heartened to see diverse groups out in the streets protesting for change, and I'm glad that things have become markedly more peaceful over the last few days. But I'm frustrated that here and in many cities, law enforcement has elected to respond to peaceful demonstrators with brute force, perpetuating the cycle of violence and oppression that these protests are targeting in the first place. I don't condone violence in any form, but I want to be understanding of where aggression towards our police comes from. Black people's anger has a target, and that target is the oppression that has stalked us for generations. Over decades and centuries, Black Philadelphians have been targeted and persecuted by law enforcement, leading to the loss of property, incarceration, and death. We can only make true change when we work with community and not just on their behalf. To that end, this past Sunday, I had the opportunity to sit with several young activists from my district to discuss what is truly at the root of the disconnect between our Black community and police, and that's systemic racism. It's clear that Philadelphians are hungry for change. They are in the streets day after day. They are organizing and they are flooding our offices with letters and calls, and they're not going to take no for an answer. And in response, it's time for us to seriously consider what decreasing our investment in policing in its current formation and reimagining public safety in Philadelphia would actually mean. What would it mean for us to invest in our communities instead of in tanks and tear gas and paramilitary gear? What would it mean to send a social worker to the scene of a mental health crisis instead of a police officer? What would it mean to put reconciliation, de-escalation, and violence intervention at the same priority as procedure and enforcement? How do we utilize existing tools and techniques and best practices to ensure that we don't relive history over and over and over again? And this leads me to my question for you, Commissioner. Due to the economic impact of COVID-19, the city is faced with making many difficult decisions, and a number of programs serving our most vulnerable communities are at risk. While other departments have made up to 20% cuts, the police department is now asking to maintain FY20 budget levels. Given the impacts of cuts to other departments and the impact that will have on our communities, is there any desire on your part to forego some of your FY20 general fund allocation in order to allow for deeper investment in the community-centered roadmap to safer community strategy so that we can shore up things like violence prevention, adult education, community grants, and workforce development?
Thank you for your question. My team and I have actually put a lot of work into identifying areas where we could cut. Unfortunately, the bulk of the PD budget is personnel. So if we talk about real cuts, we're talking about laying off police officers. And I honestly don't think that that's a conversation, although and it's probably something that should be discussed. I don't think, given this time, given what we've experienced in the last several days, that is something that we should really consider. We were hoping, prior to the last several days, we identified substantial cuts in the areas of overtime because of the pandemic, and overtime costs related to court, overtime costs related to the lack of festivals and such going on here during the summer. So we did work very hard, take a very introspective look at that. But again, it's not like we're fat around a lot of the edges there. But yes, we are still willing to come to the table to have meaningful dialogue around where those discussions should be. And then also, I think what's important is that a large chunk of the increase is due to the FOP contract. We are obligated to fulfill those contractual salary increases. So it's not like we came to the table saying, oh, and we'd like all these great toys, in addition to, and some of us are also taking salary cuts as a result of that. But again, I want to reiterate that the large chunk is due to the salary increases due to the contract.
I would love for us to take a serious look at where we could go beyond putting forward the FY20 budget levels. And I think we should take a look at places where police officers are fulfilling functions that could be provided by other city services. I also think we've put a great amount of effort into the roadmap, and we've not fully funded that plan. And so if we believe in that work, and if we believe that public safety can have a broader view than just policing, then we need to be serious about it. And I also think that will show the people in the streets that we are listening to them. So I would expect, and I hope my fellow council members would join me in asking to see if there could be further cuts from what's even on the table now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There will be thorough discussion in the upcoming next couple of days about all aspects of this budget. Sorry. Next up, we have Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. I'm limited on time, so I'm going to try to get as much as I can in a short amount of time. Commissioner Outlaw, like Council President said when we first met, we first had the opportunity. I told you my personal experience growing up here in the city of Philadelphia with police and some of the reforms that I would like to see in that space. So if we have time for a second round, I'll get into that. But I think I really need to start by echoing what Council President talked about in the homicide rate in the city of Philadelphia. And I have a number of different questions, and particularly in that area. When I was first sworn in, Councilman Curtis Jones and Councilman Keada Johnson took us to the Delaware Valley Intelligence Center. And I was told that the Delaware Valley Intelligence Center was something that was used to help solve crime, because in our city, we were not doing well with witnesses, but we were doing well with technology. Can you explain how the murder rate goes up during the pandemic if people are home and we use technology to solve crimes? I'm specifically looking at numbers. The district attorney put out a number that said to us that almost 80% of homicides in a 1 month period during the pandemic had no arrests. And the 20% that did have an arrest, 100% of them were charged. So can you speak specifically to those numbers and the homicide rate here in the city of Philadelphia and why technology isn't solving? And I mean no disrespect at all, but can you limit the answer so I can get into my other questions?
Sure, no offense taken. So there are a lot of factors when it comes to solving cases, including the need for witnesses to come forward. There are oftentimes when we are aware of who's responsible for certain crimes, the technology is useful in that sense. We do know, when there are specific feuds or beefs going on in certain neighborhoods, but it's far more than us compiling evidence. It's making sure that we also have witnesses that are willing to come forward. And then it's also making sure that we use the data that we have available to us. When I first got here, there was data being pushed out everywhere. And so now that data comes from the DIVIC, it's pushed out to leadership, and then that information or intelligence is operationalized into a strategy and pushed back out to make sure that we're following up in an effective way. So there's a lot of answers to that question, but data is still very equally important.
I definitely understand where you're coming from with the data, and I figured the witnesses would be a part of the conversation. So I've been doing some homework around this issue. And again, I'm born and raised in this city, and this issue really touches me personally because, I have names. Shaylin Williams was just recently killed. She's 27 years old. There's been no arrest made in her case. She's somebody that folks in my network know personally. We know for a fact that witnesses aren't 100% the problem because there are people willing to talk. And then we also know, based on some of the work that we've done as members of council, that families have made numerous complaints as it relates to the relationships they've had with detectives and their level of transparency. And I'll bet some of my other council colleagues are going to ask about that. But I'm really concerned because we're seeing a string of homicides that are not. We're seeing a string of homicides that are especially heartbreaking. We had a guy, 36 years old, named Corey, graduate of Lincoln University. He's an average, everyday working guy. He's gunned down with no arrests. And again, I'm not trying to take this out on you personally, but there's a systematic problem that we have as it relates to how we're addressing this issue. We have a unsolved murder page on social media with thousands of followers, and it's constantly engaging people because people are in the place right now where they're getting very frustrated with the process, specifically as it relates to arrest to murder. So I just really wanted to communicate that because I know there are a lot of messages that are being that folks are essentially advocating for, but I think that's a message that we really need to look at because it's important. I think that when someone commits a homicide and get away with it, they're more likely to commit another homicide. Just a couple questions for the record. I don't know if my time is up yet. I didn't hear the bell. What percentage of what percentage of your budget is actually contractual obligations? I'm gonna just round robin these. You can answer them and I'll be done. What percentage of your budget specifically is contractual obligations? Number one, and then how much have we spent? And if you don't have this answer, we can get it later in writing. How much have we spent as a city on overtime during the pandemic, both before the unfortunate tragic with Brother Jones, as well as after? And if I'll forego the rest of my time, Council President, but I will like to put my name down if there's time for second rounds. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have, thanks, Councilman. We do have time for a second round. So we can come back.
Okay, so
Commissioner, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll have to circle back with you on Councilman Thomas about how much spent on OT during the pandemic and then also the past several days. I only have a number for the past several days. And I believe your first question, while not doing the math in my head right now, the contractual obligation is that $14 million that everyone's been talking about. That's the salary increase.
No, sorry, that's not my question. I'm saying the overall budget, right? Like what percentage of the budget, 88%, 99%, 75%, what percentage of the budget are we contractually obligated to pay the police department? And if we do not meet that contractual obligation, what happens? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Coulter for that one. Commissioner Coulter, you're on the line, or Scott Patton.
Good morning, Council President, members of Council. The last estimate, I believe 94% of our budget is contract related in salary and benefits and necessary equipment to do the job, such as patrol vehicles. It is a very, very, very large percentage of our operating budget.
Okay. Can you just talk about personnel, not equipment?
Thank you, Council President.
Just break down and if you don't have it now, I understand it, but just get us the information on the personnel costs.
I believe it's 93%, and I can give you the breakdown of salary benefits and that whole package.
Every department has a different class. One class is solely for personnel and benefits. So if you can just get us that number, if you don't have it now.
I'm right here. It is about 93%. The average officer salary and benefits combined for 93% of our operating budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
I think that concludes your response to Councilman Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, it's our first time meeting. Might be so for a lot of folks. You got here to solve a problem. That's my understanding. You were specifically hired, I thought, in part, to deal with morale issues in our police department, to deal with issues of systemic racism, to deal with issues of gender bias and several other things. And you just got here, COVID-19, and now this. There are a lot of different opinions in our city. And what I'd like to focus on is simply the budget. The budget, it's not done yet. It's a process. We're going to figure it out. So what I'd like to hear from you, because the spotlight is on you, whether that's fair or unfair, whatever it is, and you are in charge. We can make recommendations, but you're going to implement. Could you tell me, in a perfect world, to address the issues of police performance, responsiveness, respect, good service, rooting out structural racism, all of that type of thing? What do you need? How much money do you need?
So thank you for that question. And without having an exact dollar amount today, I can tell you that, if I were to prioritize the additions to our budget today, it would be to further our body-worn camera program, and then also for the implicit face training that we were scheduled to move forward with in September. In addition to that, there's talks about an early intervention program. I'm glad that this came up because it was one of the things that was identified when I got here within my first 30 days. We need a system or a mechanism to not only track performance that might indicate that there's poor performance, but also to indicate that there's optimal performance. So we can replicate that, put it in a bottle, stuff it in a bottle, and sell it, and spread that throughout the organization. With that said, however, we know that a lot of these folks, by the time they come to my desk, if I am making a recommendation for termination, then there were some bumps and some bruises along the way. And there was performance that should have been identified earlier on. There was smoke. We monitored, we could have intervened at that time, or we could have made a disciplined decision at that point. But we're lacking in that area. And because of that, the trust that we need from community is lacking. The trust that we need internally to say, for individuals wanting to make complaints against others in the police department as it relates to accountability, the trust is lacking there. So an early intervention system, again, is key, but it's not cheap. Reform is not cheap. When we talk about data to not only identify where we believe crime is going to occur, anytime you introduce technology, we know that people are racist and along with that also. So in addition to all of the priorities, say that
I'm sorry, I'm not getting the commissioner clearly. This is the reporter. I can't hear the commissioner clearly at all right now.
Commissioner,
I don't know if everyone else is muted. But all I'm saying is, in addition to the technological asks, that's why I stress that when we lay off police officers, we lay off the ability to have that human component that needs to be paired with the technology that we ask for. So all of that to say, my priorities were listed in the beginning for the sake of time. I don't want to have to restate them. But technology is key. An early intervention system is going to be tantamount, and it's not going to be cheap. In addition to having council support for the reforms that we know that we need to make, but also recognizing that we as law enforcement have a right to due process. And that whatever we come to the table with and that we agree upon, ensuring that the rights of our employees are also taken into account.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you in terms of the budget in clarity. A reduction in the request, does that reduce police abuse? Does that leave it where it is? Does it increase police abuse? What is it about the budget? Like, can you get a $50 million decrease and get rid of police abuse? You need exactly what you asked for, less, more?
I'm not sure if I'm clear on the question as far as police abuse, because that's pretty broad. But if we're talking in terms of reform and accountability, if I were to prioritize again, body-worn cameras are critical. And then also implicit bias training is critical as well. I mean, I also, in my plan, there's a need for other forms of training, whether it's leadership and development training, problem-oriented policing training. These all are going to be things that cost money. I think that we would, if we had to prioritize, we would be able to defer the filling of some of our vacancies as it relates to intelligence analysts and the public safety officers. But again, those things only lend to what we're trying to accomplish. So it would be very difficult, again, to identify areas to cut because, as the commissioner stated, as Commissioner Coulter stated, you see the large majority of our expenditures are around personnel. So it's about cutting, we're talking about cutting bodies. We cut bodies, we cut the ability to do what we're trying to do.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm out of time. I will come back in the second round. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Commissioner. There are a few times, a commentary and then a question. There are very few times in history when you know the exact moment when there is a seismic shift in how things are. We realized it post 9/11. We realized it with the Me Too movement, and we realized it again most recently with I Can't Breathe. So things will never ever be the same again. And when it comes to police-community relations, we will evolve into a new normal. My question is not that, because Thursday, you're going to see a series of ordinance and resolutions introduced that will help that change along. And I don't think that in certain areas, you're not going to be opposed to a lot of that. So we'll get a lot of exchange during that time. What I want to deal with is post-operations and from the protests when we went into the riot or looting phase of things. Tactically, I need to understand how we made some decisions that night. I have never, in my entire life, felt powerless. Like I always. If I'm walking down the street at night and I'm by myself, I feel empowered, even if it's only by the protection of God. But when that happened, and when first we realized that 52nd and Market was under siege, I got a call from my member, Gautier, about what was going down, and you guys responded quickly. And by the way, how's my captain doing since he was hit with a brick? But you guys responded quickly to hold the line. After that, though, there was a fall off from the 3rd district to the 4th district, where we felt like we were for about 14 hours on our own. Now, to your credit, after that happened, the next day, you showed up in full force to help with the cleanup and the reconstruction, which I am grateful for. But that night, that tactical night, how did we decide that Center City was where we're going to draw the line, and not in my commercial corridors, not in Kensington, not on Wadsworth, not on Shelton Avenue, not in the districts where tens of thousands of people like me felt helpless. And I need to come to grips with that.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and I know you and I have discussed this as well. There are currently after-action reports being formulated now where we can take a deep dive into exactly what happened that night, and I know I'm limited by what I can say at this point. But with that said, as the days progressed, as we got additional resources, we were able to build out looting teams so that what we knew worked, these mobile field forces that were available to respond to looting, could respond to multiple places throughout the city at one time. The night that you're talking about, we didn't have all of those resources in play yet. And so we're forced to focus our resources, our efforts on where there were people and potential physical harm to people. The night that you're talking about, that area that you're talking about, as you know, bricks were being thrown, We have an inspector with a broken nose, and a captain that was hospitalized, police vehicles burned and caught on fire, a police vehicle that was used as a projectile and pushed toward a crowd of officers unbeknownst to them. And I'm not saying that any one location in the city is better than the other. But at that time, given the resources that we had available, we had to send them to that specific area because, in addition to that, the initial officers, and again, this all comes out in after action reporting as it relates to tactics, the initial officers that responded there were now blocked in there and couldn't get out. So a lot of determinations that had to go into that, but please, by any means, I don't want you or anyone in our community or in our city to believe preference given to any one part of the city over the other because of where it was situated.
So I might wait till the next round, but what I would be interested in knowing is lessons learned. So how do we take what happened and apply that knowledge to tactics to make sure it doesn't happen again? And I know I have colleagues that will say, we need to address poverty, we need to address systemic, historic racism, and I agree with all of that. But, however, and nevertheless, there was a call I heard that night where a woman was abducted. And to this day, I don't know what happened to her. If you could imagine that going on, that we have to balance, that's the word, balance, how we approach our civil liberties and systemic racism with protecting my aunt, Joyce, because I love her too. And so lessons learned taken from that have to be applied on how to protect and serve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brooks.
Thank you, Council President. 1 second, I'm having some technical difficulties with these computers. Thank you so much, Commissioner Outlaw. I kind of want to shift this conversation to the policing that took place during the pandemic. And we know that the Philadelphia Police Department was praised nationally for policing strategy that you adopted. And I want to thank you for that during the first month of the pandemic. And I want to join and personally to commend the foresight and leadership that you took place in making that decision. We saw during that period between March 16th and May 3rd, an overall crime decrease in the city of 17%. And as a Black woman from North Philly, I cannot express how I appreciate having law enforcement lead with careful consideration for health and safety for all our community members during the pandemic. But I also want to get into some concerns I have seen just in the rise of enforcement of particular crimes since the stay-at-home order began. The lead charge of arrest during the pandemic was for drug crimes and thefts, following sudden crash in the economy. And I'm really concerned that we may be taking part of a renewed war on drugs and war on poverty that has already decimated so many Black communities. And we're still trying to recover from those social ills. So my question is, how do you explain the high rate of drug arrests in re-entered their homes from our city jails recently, and there was between 1% and 2% incident rate that those who left were recommitting violent crimes. Given the low recidivism rate and the previously mentioned low crime rate during the lockdown, will you relax arrest policies related to drug crimes again when the city reopens?
I think that's a good question. And I don't say that I relaxed the policy. I think we modified them given what we see at that time. Our strategies are driven by data. And the reason why I made the change that I did last month in May, we saw these increases, again, because we saw the data telling us something different. There might have been a drop, And I understand that recidivism rates are extremely important, but we also have to look at the data and what the data tells us. And if the data tells us that we're seeing lower recidivism rates, we're seeing lower instances of drug sales, we're seeing lower incidences of homicides related to drug sales, then that's when we make that determination. But again, I'd like to say that we the data and evidence takes us.
Okay. I have one other. To my understanding, is the proposed plan allocates 12% of the police department's budget. That's over $700 million to anti-violence measure. Can you explain how you arrived at this funding level?
Which measures are you talking about? That might be a question for the managing director.
With the I think it's related to the roadmap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah.
Who's going to count?
Yeah. So council member, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the question. So 12% of whose budget allocated to the roadmap?
The PPD's, the Philadelphia Police Department anti-violence measures. I was wondering, was that related to the roadmap, and how did we come to that conclusion?
So yes, ma'am, they are related to the roadmap. And I think the pinpoint strategy is most likely, but we can certainly get back, and I need to look at those numbers in more detail. But that should be related to the pinpoint strategy and how roadmap supports pinpoint as well. But certainly can circle back with additional detailed information.
And particularly, I'm concerned about the police-assisted diversion programs that operates in the 22nd and the 39th districts in North Philadelphia. Will those be cut during that time?
No, ma'am. The police-assisted diversion program hasn't been cut. It's not being expanded in the current budget, but it was not cut.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, Commissioner Outlaw. Commissioner Outlaw, I want to go back to an issue that you talked about a little earlier, because as we've heard our residents, and it's important, we've all been listening to what folks have been saying that they expect, what their expectations are relative to police reform and accountability. And you mentioned the body-worn cameras. And extremely important to me, priority to me. I believe that there should be no officer patrolling the streets of Philadelphia without having a body camera on and recording while they are doing their work, so we don't have to worry about whether or not a civilian happens to have their cell phone out and is recording some inappropriate action and interaction with Philadelphians. So tell me, how many police officers do we have patrolling the streets, and how many of them are wearing body-worn cameras?
Sure. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Coulter, who can get down into the weeds of that, we have approximately 15 of our district units deployed with body-worn cameras now, and looking to outfit an additional 6 moving forward. We have about 2,200, a little over 2,200 body-worn cameras deployed now. And again, like I said, we are seeking to expand, but I'll turn the rest over to Commissioner Coulter now for additional details.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilwoman. In addition to what the Commissioner said, we're moving to South Division next. We have 3 completed divisions, being the 20 East Division, North Division, and Southwest Division. Every uniform officer working the street was issued a body-worn camera and are required to wear it when on duty. In addition, we have the 22nd District who wears them, and we're moving to the 1st, 3rd, and 17th District in our upcoming cycle.
If you can, Deputy Commissioner, I need you just to give me the total number of Philadelphia officers who are deployed on the street and the total number now who are wearing body-worn cameras. The issue for me is I want to be able to quantify. If my ask is that there be no police officer patrolling the streets of Philadelphia that does not have on a body-worn camera, able to record their interaction while they're doing their work, how many officers do we have on the street? How many are wearing the cameras? And how many more do we need? And what is the cost?
Okay, to go in the order that you asked, 2210 are wearing them. We would need about another 3,000 more because those folks are in operational roles in order to meet that number. In order to outfit all officers in our department with a body-worn camera, it would be an additional $4.7 million a year. And there would also be an annual cost of $4.8 million because the majority of our cost is not in the cost of the camera itself, it's in the cost of the storage. So
the answer you just provided was the answer that I was looking for. So now when we talk about outfitting all of our police officers, we have an example for the amount that it will cost and the numbers. So thank you so very much for that response. The next question, Commissioner Outlaw, is, and folks have said this to me, why can't the Philadelphia Police Department look like the people they are policing? Why doesn't the Philadelphia Police Department, from a demographic perspective, look like Philadelphians? We're in a majority-minority city. I need you, Commissioner, to tell me, what are the barriers to entry? Last year during the budget hearings, I questioned who conducted the psychological examinations during, people walking through the entry process. How do you select what firms are going to conduct those psychological examinations? Because when we think about George Floyd, I wonder how that officer, could pass a psychological examination, knowing that they had the capacity to have that kind of action. So what is it? Obviously, we want police officers to live in Philadelphia. That resident issue has been discussed. But what is the barrier to entry? Are we using our Explorers program? What's our relationship with the School District of Philadelphia? What are we doing?
I think we can do better. And again, without having taken this deep dive yet, this is something that's going to happen. What needs to take place is a true analysis of where we're losing our candidates and why. Say, for example, if we're losing them in background investigations, we know, and I've used this example before, the privilege of attending a school with the dean versus someone that does not have a school with the dean might have juvenile records expunged versus not. There's a lot of areas of subjectivity in our processes. We also need to be mindful that of whether or not what we say we're recruiting for actually reflects our marketing strategies. If we say that we want to recruit people for life experience, interpersonal skills, and all of the diversity that they bring, we have to make sure that our policies internally actually align with that and celebrate the diversity once they're here and support them. Again, that's something that we will be taking a deep dive into. And then something to point out, in addition to who's being contacted to do these psych evals, is also, we got to be mindful of the fact that we have a psych eval one time, once we're, what's being done to ensure that employee health and well-being is being addressed throughout, which is also listed as one of my priorities.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner. I know my time is up, and I will get to you on the second round about who's policing the police relative to oversight, because that was another question. Who's policing the police? They cannot police themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, for your service and for coming to the city of sisterly love, and for all the work you are doing to address the systemic issues within the police department that continue to need to be addressed. And I know that there will be a number of bills offered in response to what we are hearing from members of our community. So I know that we'll continue to have further dialogue and conversation. And I also wanted to put on the record a special thanks to the Civil Affairs Unit for their responsiveness when needed. But I just wanted to piggyback on the question that our Majority Leader, Councilmember Parker, offered, because I too had a question around this issue. On page 7 of your testimony, you detailed a breakdown of all of your new hires from July 1, 2019 to December of 2019. 55% of the new hires were white, 35% were Black, 5% Hispanic, 2% Asian, and 1% other. Can you just talk a little more about your efforts to work with the school district and specifically around the Explorers program?
Sure, and I think we can take it a step beyond the Explorers program. All of the stuff that, having been here for 4 months and identified areas of vulnerability, these are things that we have not yet implemented, but things that we are looking to implement. So as it relates to your question, we really do need to make sure that we target our youth and create and develop our own pipeline. I am a success story, as a lot of folks know. I was a police explorer, then I was a police cadet, and then once they had their claws in me, I became a police officer trainee once in the academy, and here I am. Be more advertisement of stories like myself, but we also need to create our own pipelines, not just through the Explorer program, but for those who have an interest in criminal justice, so that we can partner with, for community colleges, and create a mini academy there. They're getting college credits at the same time, but then they're also prepared for when they transfer into the police academy, and their success rates will be higher. So I too was disturbed by the numbers as it related to diversity in our incoming classes, but I also think that there is more that we can and should be doing to engage our young people earlier on, also through the creation of a Youth Citizens Police Academy. I've asked our training staff to look into that, and then also a Youth Advisory Council. So we have regular and ongoing dialogue with our young people, and try to poach from those pools at the same time and get them interested in becoming into law enforcement. The other piece of that is that, we've heard a lot, and I know that it's tough times right now within the community, and it's very difficult for community to trust us. But we're our best recruiters. And so we need community to also be supportive when a young person in the neighborhood says, you know what, I want to be a law enforcement officer. Don't dissuade them, but rather encourage them to be the change that they want to see from within. There are a lot of factors that we can look at, but we will be working in the upcoming year to implement some of these things that we've identified right away.
Thank you for your response, and particularly for mentioning a potential partnership with CCP, and I would love to explore that further with you, with the Community College of Philadelphia and your office. I also wanted to just ask you if you could talk about some of the training that's offered during the academy, and then on-the-job training around de-escalation training, non-lethal training, and implicit bias training. If you could quickly speak to that, and also if you offer or administer a bias assessment test.
So before I turn that over to Commissioner Coulter, you'll see that one of the budget asks is $300,000 for implicit bias training in the upcoming months. I'm also seeking to incorporate the tenets of procedural justice into everything we do, and so that it's not classroom learning. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, the basic tenets of procedural justice are voice, neutrality, respect, and trust. Very simple. But as long as we continue to work through the PJ lens, or the procedural justice lens, we ensure that we're using that checks and balances. Are we ensuring that the community has a voice? Are we as law enforcement officers being neutral? Are we being respectful, so that in the end that there is mutual trust between all parties? And the way to operationalize that, or really based on the culture of our institution, is to make sure that we're measuring for those things as well. So it's not just classroom work or being lectured around this, it's doing our reality-based training. We're going back and assessing not just how well they handled something tactically, but how did they incorporate tenets as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Coulter and let her talk about what's currently covered in the academy and in our academy training service.
Good morning, Council, and it's a very good question, because it's something that we can always get better at, and we're working to do that. When it comes to implicit bias training, we obviously bring in members of the community, all of our different stakeholders, to work with our recruits to let them know things that matter to them, that are concerned, and how our actions affect their day-to-day lives, and where we meet them in the community as partners. Then last year, we brought in implicit bias training, a pilot first, to make sure that it would indeed not just check boxes, but be something that we could utilize throughout our department. So we brought in Dr. Marks, who was recommended by quite a few other large departments and is very highly rated. In addition to us judging his ability to teach implicit bias, we invited members of the PAC Commission, folks that could objectively look and see if we are indeed getting to the things that we really need to work on. So it's an evolving process. We are attempting to include it in not just our recruit training, but our annual MPO training to make sure that everything we do has that focus of procedural justice, as well as the concern to ensure that any biases are eliminated and put in check. I hope that answered a little bit of what you're asking in the time frame.
Yes, thank you for your response. And Mr. President, I did hear the bell, so I'll come back on the second round with some questions around the professional service contract and also around any partnerships that the police department has with local universities or colleges and the school district relative to sourcing out officers to work for these private entities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Fiona Sanchez.
Thank you, Commissioner, so much. And I want to thank all of the officers who have worked tremendously over the last few months, but definitely over the last couple of weeks. In the 7th Councilmatic District, I have tried to maintain and sustain a good relationship with all of my local commanders, and really spent the last couple of weeks on the phone with them as they engaged and really tried to reassure and maintain the public safety. So I want to thank you and all of them and reiterate Council President's words around, we want you to be successful. Your success is our success, and we absolutely see it that way. I was a member of the Police Oversight Board that was established when Ramsey asked the Federal Department, Justice Department to come in. Are you familiar with the report? Have you had an opportunity to look at it? And I actually believe that the glass is half full, not half empty. There were many things in that report that were done. One of the things that I saw missing was some of the comprehensive reporting that leads to the accountability. Do you have an initial response to what was missing post that report that you'd like to see done?
Yeah, so thank you. I am familiar with the report, and I too believe that the glass is half full. I think folks tend to forget that there are over 18,000 police departments in this country, and they all work under different guidelines. Although we all work under the umbrella of the Constitution of the United States, we all have different guidelines that vary state by state. A lot of the asks for reform that we're hearing being pushed out really center around some of the things that we already do or don't do. So I feel confident in those areas, but there are areas where we need to tweak. And those priorities that I listed earlier are those things that I identified early on that I believe we're lacking. We are lacking very strong systems of accountability as it relates to, again, whether it's an early intervention program and within that an early intervention system. And then our investigation process is very clunky, very, very clunky. And especially since, ultimately the microphone is either shoved in my face or when it comes down to arbitration, I'm the one being held accountable. There are investigations that are signed off on as it relates to discipline that never even reach my desk. But yet I'm held accountable for that. We all know that contractually, I do not have the ability to move personnel as I fit. And that's a problem. That can be a huge hindrance because it's important during these times that we're set up for success, that I set my staff up for success, and that we have the right people in the right seats. And because I don't have the ability to move personnel around as I see fit, as a managerial right, sometimes we have to leave people in assignments because the contract allows them to do so. It's another reason why I'm saying we need to do a deep delve into who's assigned to specialized units, especially those who are most at risk of being exposed, how they're placed there, and whether or not there are any ways or policies or processes in place to remove them. Because right now, you can look at certain units or divisions throughout the department, and folks have been there for years and years and years and years, but I can't touch them. So,
I think good officers want good accountability, and I keep reminding folks as we talk about all these debates, if you join the force to serve, you want the accountability and you don't want to be stuck in a bad system. So going back to what some of my colleagues says around recruitment and testing modules and stuff, and as much as I appreciate the post bias training or whatever, one of the areas that totally has to be revamped is how we test, how we assess who is a qualified public official. And I say that because as much as we can do reform for the members who are there, how we get to a culturally competent, linguistically competent police force that reflects the city is determined on that. One of the areas of biggest concern that I have is our unwillingness to test for racial biases. We now have, psychology now has modern testing modules that tell us who has the tendency to be racist, the same way we measure capacity on characteristics. How do you feel about that? And is that something that we're going to be willing to do as part of our reform to deal with this?
I'm all for it. And honestly, I think, the psychological assessments for law enforcement are a very specific niche. And I think when you speak to these psychologists, they will tell you that they do measure or for biases. And they're not actually just looking for biases, but they're looking for risks in all areas, right? Do they have anger management problems, or do they have a problem with making decisions under stress or pressure? And then from there, their role is to tell us, hey, they might have some issues in these areas. And that's why I say, I think we need to do a deep delve, not into just the specific parts of the process itself. We need to look at that human variable, the factor where there's subjectivity. Now that we have this information and this person is deemed at risk or not, where and how are the decisions being made? So I think it's more than just the tests themselves that could include bias, but it's also how are we making decisions based off of the information that's given to us? Are we disqualifying? I'd love to say no, this is a thing of the past, but are we disqualifying individuals because they have bad credit, which is when I started with what people did? Or if they had, all of those things outside of the state guidelines where there's subjectivity, that's where we need to also look.
And then finally, one of the most thoughtful parts of the letter that we sent from council was this recognition that we don't want a police state, but we create one. When there's an issue with the streets department, we need the police department. When there's an issue with the licenses and inspection, we need the streets department. Council President Clark put forth a program to move traffic to more civilian review. What, if anything, from your previous experiences, have you seen where there's this less dependency on the police being the ones to call for us in all of our operations as a city? And any initial reactions of what you found here that were shocking around this?
There's been a push, and quite frankly, I would say nationally, we've been slow to recognize that the police shouldn't be called for everything. We're called to enforce, especially the most recent thing I can think of during this pandemic, we're called to enforce people wearing masks, and then people aren't happy with the way that looks because the police are enforcing people not wearing masks, right? I think we need to be very intentional about the types of calls that we respond to. There are a lot of models out there where police officers partner with behavioral health specialists and respond to those types of calls, or the behavioral health specialists respond directly. They're immediately dispatched to those types of calls. And then if it's, if there's a weapon or if there's an increased concern about violence, then the police respond. But we're not necessarily first responders. And I think a lot of major cities have attached on to this, but a lot of us are slower to deal with that. We are being called for issues that I think could be best handled by other entities, but we really need to have a serious discussion around what that looks like, how we reframe that, and how we restructure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
Thank you very much, Council President, and thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, also for the most recent remarks that you just made. But also, I did want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me out in the streets last week. I thought it was very helpful. I think that the last week has pushed us all to think about policing very differently, what it is and what it cannot be. And I think, as you mentioned, that there is the need to more narrowly define policing and the kind of interactions that police officers have with our communities. As you said, it's far better in certain situations for us to respond with counselors, social workers, support personnel, rather than with police officers. And with that said, I wanted to go back to some of the questions that have been raised by earlier colleagues, including the Council President, about taking a look at how to prioritize homicides. I do worry that because of all the areas that the police department is focusing on, deeply concerned about homicides in the city, as all my colleagues are, and as I know you are as well. Your testimony shows that homicide clearance rates are below 50%, a number that falls below the already too low national clearance rate of 60%. And when little more than, say, 4 out of 10 murders leads to an arrest or a conviction, it truly fractures the relationships and trust, and that is truly the threat to public safety. So as a new leader to Philadelphia, what is your assessment on why Philadelphia's homicide clearance rate is so low?
So as I stated previously, I think there are a lot of factors there. But one of the first things I quickly picked up on was that we all worked in silos. In order for any strategy to work, we have to work together at the local, state, and federal level. There's a lot of overlap. Over the last four weeks, we've been conducting weekly shooting reviews that brings all of the partners together. So we're sharing information in real time. We're leaving these meetings, they're very lengthy, but we're going over the shootings, all shootings from the previous week, and we're leaving these meetings with actionable deliverables. So we recognize that there are overlaps where these shootings are occurring on PHA property. It might be SEPTA property. It might be our universities. So all of our stakeholders are on this call. If we have very specific asks of them, they get made at that time, whether it's with our sheriff's department. Again, it's a real-time working meeting. Our federal partners are also on the line, so we have the ability to request for referral to specific gun cases to the feds for them to federally adopt. And then we also have the ability to pull on a weekly basis and identify those individuals or groups that are most at risk of either offending or being victims. If they are not currently on parole or probation, then we identify them for intervention. And that's where GBI comes in. So given that we have all of these folks at the table, we're not working in silos, I do believe that we will see a decrease in our numbers. And as we expand our pinpoint target areas, which is much needed because we knew it worked in 2008, we're making sure that that happens before the end of the year. So a lot of things that worked really well back in 2008, we just stopped doing, and we need to make sure we start doing.
Okay. I mean, I'll go back to GBI a little bit later, but in addition, I'm curious about how well-resourced the homicide division is and whether homicide detectives here in Philadelphia have caseloads, for example, that stack up to national best practices. So could you talk about whether the average caseload is how it relates to the national standards? Do homicide detectives have all the resources that they need? For example, does every homicide detective have a dedicated and up-to-date cell phone to handle their investigations?
I'll tell you the answer is no, but I will turn that over.
No, that they don't have enough resources, or no, they don't have a cell phone?
Resources.
Okay.
I'll turn that over. Their caseloads are high. I'm going to turn that over to Commissioner Wilson so he can answer that more directly.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We had PERF come in with national experts do an assessment of our homicide unit. The end of 2018 and finished in 2019, they made 72 recommendations. We agreed with all these recommendations. One of the recommendations is technology, and our homicide detectives do not have cell phones. They use their own cell phones when they need a cell phone.
That seems like a problem.
Also, Councilwoman, they determined that our caseload was above the national average. Mm-hmm. We added 9 detectives at that time, but have lost some of those through attrition at this point. But we've been doing a lot of work. We've made a lot of changes. Our homicide unit really does good work. They were right under the national average at the beginning of the year, but when we get a spike of homicides, that naturally goes down, and it takes them a little to catch up. And COVID also really greatly affected them. The unit itself got hit with a number testing positive for COVID, and the way they had to investigate was affected as well.
Well, I think, as has been shared, we'll continue to have this conversation, but we'd like to see, as the budget discussions deepen, ensuring that the resources go to where the need is greatest. And then I think the only other thing that I wanted to ask very quickly to the Commissioner is that, over the past 2 weeks, there's been serious questions about Philadelphia residents exercising their constitutional right to protest, being met with disproportionate force. Who explicitly was involved in the approval of the tear gas on 676 on, I believe it was Tuesday?
So, like I said, there are several after-action reports being generated at this point. Overall, the Unified Command Group did approve the use of less lethal munitions within policy, and then it was left to the commander on ground to make the determination as it was deemed necessary.
So there was nobody outside the police department that otherwise approved it, is that correct?
I'm not clear on the question. I don't know if...
Was there anyone from the administration that was involved in the decision-making on the tear gas?
No, that's who the Unified Command Group is.
Yes, okay. And if I may, Council Member, the Unified Command Group is made up of myself, Timur Alexander, Marcel Pratt, Commissioner Outlaw, Commissioner Teal, Jim Engler, and the mayor, as well as some other folks to provide input. And so it was that group that made the overarching decision to allow less lethal munitions and leave it up to the supervisors on the ground within policy.
Okay, well, I think that's news to me, and I'd like to follow up on the second round. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hello, ma'am.
Just a couple of questions. Well, actually, I wanted to start with some thank yous. I want to thank you for being here in Philadelphia. It's a turbulent time, and I know that it's not exactly what anyone expected. You expected, any of us expected that we would be where we are right now, when you first arrived. But at this point, it is what it is. But I thank you for your service. And I also want to thank all of the folks who support you, as well as my district captains and Inspector Buford of the Northwest Division, also Chief Inspector Joel Dales, who I've known for forever and does a great job. Also in the great job category, I want to recognize Captain Zimmerman in the 35th, Captain Smith in the 14th, and Captain Ginaldi in the 39th, all of whom are working really hard and doing their best. And as Councilwoman Kim just mentioned, everybody's working with limited resources. But I just wanted to say before I ask my questions, I really think that, when we don't make the investment of even, issues like a cell phone so that they have to use their personal cell phone, these are the kind of breakdowns. And when you add that to the other breakdowns that have happened in terms of not having, the social services safety net that we need to protect folks who are vulnerable, who are more at risk for either being a victim of crime or committing a crime, we have the frustration and the explosion that we saw last week. Commissioner, can you speak to, during the COVID period, one of the things that has been brought to my attention is a lot of conversation about victims of domestic violence and how difficult this time has been for them. Hello?
Hi there. I'm sorry. The last word was domestic violence.
I'm sorry. Okay. I was wondering if you could speak about domestic violence during the COVID period and what the department's response. And so we know that people have been asked to stay at home, shelter in place, and doing that when you're when you're sheltering in place with an abuser, obviously is very concerning. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, so we didn't see, because we did track the numbers, we didn't see an increase in domestic, or reports, I would say, of domestic violence or even child abuse. But we did see, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was worth noting that our homicides, we saw an increased type of domestic violence related homicides, even though the numbers are fairly small.
Okay. Also, could you talk about briefly, let me put my question here. Can you talk about the possibilities of inherent racial biases when you use data collection tools or data analysis tools like Operation Pinpoint? Can you talk a little bit about how those are affecting policing? Because I heard you say early in your testimony that you support reimagining what the department is going to look like. So I'm wondering if you could talk about what the department look like, new tools that could be helpful, and getting rid of some of the old tools which may be problematic for our communities.
Yeah, so, and thank you for that question. When we use technology, whatever it is, especially if we're using predictive technology or technology in a way or in a manner to predict where we believe the next crime is going to occur, we have to ensure that there's a human element attached to that, which is why analysts are so key. But when we're doing that, there has to be a racial equity lens applied to whatever it is that we do. So generally we get information, it's given to our leadership. Leadership says, okay, here's a plan, here's what we do, now go do it. Someone or something, a tool, has to be utilized to make sure that what we're doing doesn't leave or have a larger or a harmful footprint and is actually counterintuitive to what we're trying to do in the first place. When I was hired here, one of the positions, in addition of a chief strategy officer, was a diversity and inclusion manager. It was one of the positions that we'll bring with us. And that person will be the one responsible for applying an equity lens to everything we do, whether it's internally, who we hire, how we promote, our practice, going back and reassessing, but then also making sure that any strategy that we roll out is viewed through that lens as well.
Okay. And the last question I have for you, I know I have to go, Mr. President, but I know that you have been working for some time regarding traffic enforcement officers. And I recently saw something that, that's circulating that says that these individuals would actually be armed. And it's to my understanding that they would not be armed. So can you comment on that?
Commissioner Coulter, you want to touch on that one?
Yes, I did not hear anything circulating that they would be armed, so I don't know where that information is coming from. But I'd be happy to talk to you offline and see where that source is coming from. But my belief is that they would not be armed. They would be a component of traffic enforcement and center city safety only.
That was my understanding as well, and I just wanted to verify that that's all of our understanding because, it's on social media, and so there's a lot of information on social media, and a lot of it really needs to be checked and verified. So I just wanted to put that out into the universe and just make sure that that's not something that has changed. That we're all under the assumption that that these traffic enforcement officers would not be carrying firearms. So. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Commissioner.
And thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman, I'm not a member of the police, so I'm not in the hierarchy in terms of that particular issue, but they will not be armed per the agreement, per the resolution, per the charter change. They will be civil service employees that will be starting around in the mid-30s. They will be city residents based on what we've seen in other locations. The traffic enforcement officers in New York represent the demographics of New York. They will have limited powers, not only because that's the request that was made as it relates to the formulation of them, but also their limitations as a result of the police requirements and certain state regulations. So I don't know who's circulating that rumor, but it is clearly not the case.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that was my understanding as well. I just wanted to just put it on the record because there's so much misinformation that can be circulated on social media. So we want to get it right whenever we have the opportunity to do so and make sure people understand that there is a correction that needs to be made in terms of what's circulating. So thank you, Mr. President and Madam Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair, Councilman Down. Councilman Don. We'll come back to the councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, as well as all the members of the Police Department for your service. As a former Assistant District Attorney and also someone who's had two uncles who retired from the Philadelphia Police Department, I am knowledgeable of the hard work that you do every day in our city. I also want to thank you for, by you participating in a number of rallies that I and other members of this body and others around the city participated in during the past number of days. I do have a very strong concern in reference to homicides, and your staff provides some additional information regarding that, but that's something that's a big concern for me, especially in reference to the need for equipment, which I heard, and I know COVID-19 has played a role in that. I just want to reiterate the questions that were raised by the Council President. I know Councilmember Thomas, that we've got to do something about this homicide activity in the city of Philadelphia, and we need to address that in a very significant way going forward. In spite of COVID-19, we have people who are dealing with unsolved murders that's impacting them and their families and the city as a whole. Two other points I want to bring, just follow up on. One, Councilmember Jones talked about what happened in his district, as well as with Councilman Gautier also raised the same issue regarding activities that happened both in Center City on Saturday and West Philadelphia on Sunday. And then I just have a very strong concern in reference to tear gas and rubber bullets that were used on protesters in the city of Philadelphia as well. In both of those areas you talked about, after incident reports will be occurring, will that information be shared with members of council or the public as a whole?
I'd be happy to make that public, yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, I wanted to follow up in reference to, in the beginning of your testimony, you talked about in reference to rebalancing the budget and some steps you and the mayor have made, and you talked about managing overtime. Can you give us some perspective on how you will manage overtime going forward?
Sure. So again, I think, and before I turn it over to the numbers gurus, as I stated before, we've identified areas of cuts during the pandemic. We identified several $1 million because of again, without the last few days counting those, with the lack of festivals and events that we've had to utilize in overtime cases, in addition to court overtime costs being reduced. I think there is also a need to be, we have a process in place now as far as overtime management, but we need to make sure that the authorization for any overtime used is at the highest levels and not pushed down at some of the lower supervisory levels. Commissioner Coulter, is there anything else that you wanted to chime in around that, these savings that we've already identified?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. One of the things that we've looked at, and sometimes out of necessity, we look at things a little harder. One of the areas that we looked at is in the past, we had steady days off for certain units in the police department. And back then it was based on data, but data has changed over the years, and there's just as much challenges on Sundays and Mondays as they are on Wednesdays and Fridays. So working with the Deputy of Patrol, looking at some of the schedules of those special units as well as High Squad, putting people in a position that we don't have to hire to make what we need on those specific days will really help us as well, in addition to the reduced court time with courts currently being closed and not as many jobs in the pipeline. So we really have to examine every single area of what we do, and if there's something at all good that came out of COVID, it caused us to examine all aspects of how we operate. And in that, some of those cost-saving measures will be brought forward as well. So it's always a challenge, similar to the fire department. There's a mission that has to be carried out, but in our instances, anywhere that we can put the right number of officers out to combat crime, as well as ensuring that we're fiscally responsible, we're going to look at.
In addition, will you be able to use those savings, because that's class $100, to provide additional resources for homicide in reference to some of the homicide issues that have been raised this afternoon?
I don't think we have an answer for that question today. Those cost savings that we've identified really, we think that we can utilize towards the expansion of our body-worn camera program in addition to the training that we were talking about. So again, I think we need to be far more creative in how we deploy here. There is a need to restructure as it relates not just with capacity in our homicide division, but also as it relates to span of control in operations as well.
Council President, I just have one final question. In looking at the revised budget, I saw a reduction for FY21 for body camera equipment, but then you stated earlier need to increase the number of body-worn cameras. Can you give some perspective on why there was a reduction? Was that based on, well, I'll let you answer the question.
Sure, I'll turn that over to Commissioner Coulter, who is managing our body-worn camera program.
Yes, Councilman, the original proposal was when we were making our cuts to the budget, those areas that were not salary and benefits. We are looking still for the $1.9 million that we had asked for to roll it out to the districts that were planned, and recognizing that that's still only about a third of what it'll take to have the department done. But there are some areas of the department that we can't do yet because those districts are moving. So that may have resulted in some of the reduction, like we can't do the 15th and the 2nd until they get situated in the regular buildings because of the infrastructure changes that have to be done. But it's clearly a priority for Commissioner Outlaw as well as the city administration. And to be honest, a lot of our officers are clamoring for them. They want to be able to wear the body-worn cameras. They might be assigned to districts that don't have them and really want to make sure that the view that they had at the time that they took action is also visible to everyone.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, members of the Police Department.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squirrel.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate the time given to us and being available for our questions and concerns. And as the Council President has said, we went and took a trip up to New York to look at the safety or quality of life ambassadors and how that would work and benefit and ease some of the things off the police department. And as Council Member Sanchez had said about how we always expect the police department and inundate them to do with duties that they really shouldn't be doing. So I think as you see our letter that came from Council to make some positive changes in the department, is there something in the department that you see that you do immediately to help with the reform and positive changes to alleviate some of these pressures?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the things we've already put a path forward. We've already begun to review our use of force policy, but again, we need a schedule of policy revision for all of our policies. I think we can put that into place right away. Looking at our organizational structure and me putting some key people in some leadership positions are also a quick fix. Separating areas of responsibility in patrol, having a north and south like we once had back in 2008, I think would be helpful. So there are some quick wins that we can do. But also, again, moving forward, having these systems of accountability will not only help with the community trust building piece, but I also believe it would also lend to our crime prevention and reduction efforts because we are measuring things in a different way.
And I think that's important, obviously. And as we move forward to a healing process and as we work into the communities to get buy-in from both the communities and the police to work together on this process, we see an opportunity to grow as a city, to become better as a city. And I know when some people say proactive policing sometimes is a negative effect, but you could do things within the communities to prevent crime from happening before it happens. And it's just not out there arresting people before they do something, but to be engaged with the community, to hear things and to be on the ground. And that will go a long way to building a good community relationship. As we mentioned about body cameras, and we heard your statement about that, and that also helps with accountability. When each officer has the ability to have a body camera on them, and when an incident happens, it's easily, quickly reviewed by not only the police, but can be reviewed by others, and therefore build that trust. Do you see that as a benefit for both the officer and for the public?
Absolutely. We know, and obviously there's cameras around here anywhere. My message to everyone is you always behave as if there's a camera on you. A lot of the things that we're seeing today is no different than some of the transgressions of the past. We just have technology and we have the ability to live stream, and we're made aware of it a lot sooner than we have been in the past. But there's benefits on both sides. It not only helps us with administrative investigations, it can sometimes unsubstantiate allegations of misconduct, and sometimes it bolsters evidence to prove allegations of misconduct. Officers know, and you'll see, in my past life, when we first adopted these cameras, a lot of folks were completely against them because they believed that Big Brother was watching them. We had issues around when they were activated, so on and so forth. But over time, they saw that they were a benefit and helped them in providing an additional account. So it's not just the community against them, especially in these one-on-one situations. And then we also noticed too, and I'm not saying this anecdotally, or maybe I am, that people that we interact with might behave differently when they know that there's a camera rolling. So I think there's benefit all around, not just with improving our relationships with community, but actually serving as evidence in a lot of the investigations that we're responsible for.
And I like the part about in the budget with the anti-bias training and how that affects. And if we could do ongoing training periodically, because as you go through things, you encounter different things. And I know they have some new technologies where they have 3D training where you're in a situation and it puts you in those situations. And sometimes that takes members off the street, but it can prevent a bad incident from happening. And I look forward to working with you and the department and council here. I think we on the road to some positive changes from our letter and from some of the things that you have stated. And I think we can make the department a better department, and I think we can make the citizens feel more comfortable surrounding the department. So I want to thank you for your time and effort you put into this. I know you're here new, and you got thrown into all this thing with the virus and the unrest. But we'll get through this. We're very resilient as a city. We'll learn from it and get better from it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. Commissioner, I just want to first and foremost just thank you for your leadership and your courage during these very, very trying times. I also want to just thank you for being supportive of the young people out in Southwest Philadelphia, where we engaged in a dialogue with members of the 12th Police District, including Captain Driscoll and Officer Mitchell, who really gave some insight and their perspective regarding what took place in Minneapolis, and as we talked about policing and as we move forward, how we can build the bridges between the two communities. So I wanted to take a moment and first and foremost thank you for that. When we talk about the issue of gun violence and we talk about homicides, can you just give me an update on two areas? One, your Monday meetings and around your strategies as it relates to how we're going to address the issue of gun violence and getting illegal guns off the street. And then two, I know there's going to be a group violence intervention program that's going to be rolled out. What is it going to look like? What's the time frame? It's formerly known as Focus Deterrent. Informally, it took place in my councilmanic district. It was very effective in some areas, but however, it was more of a stick than a carrot. And so can you speak to the carrot approach in terms of providing resources for young men who don't want to carry guns, but how we're going to be supporting them through the new group violence intervention program? And then last but not least, just give me an insight on what does it look like with the City of Philadelphia Police Department when it comes to implicit bias training, when it comes to educating officers on really how to deal with people from all different types of backgrounds. That's it, Commissioner.
Sure, thank you. So starting with the update, you're referencing our shooting reviews that have been taking place for the last 4 weeks on Tuesday mornings. I will be able to, tell you right now, even though it's only been 4 weeks up and running, the dialogue has been amazing. We've had strong and clear deliverables come out of these meetings because of the fact that we've had all the stakeholders on the line. After having personally been out to several of these scenes, I was able to relay to not only my staff, but the violence prevention staff that, hey, you know, this person is a good candidate for intervention because they've been shot at several times. They've missed each time, but as a result, this young child was shot, and I don't believe they're going to be able to make it through the summer. So the communication is there. Again, we're no longer working in silos. The DA's office is also in these meetings. I'm looking forward to the rollout of having the ADAs actually assigned to districts so that when we ask for enhanced bail or enhanced consequences around these arrests that we are making, that it sticks and there's some teeth there and they have situational awareness of these cases. Again, the U.S. Attorney's Office is on the line, the AG's office is on the line. So if we go after something federally, we can do that as well to ensure that there are federal consequences. A lot of the stuff wasn't happening. So that's moving along really, really well. While I can't go into depth, and maybe that'd be the Mr. Abernathy to do, if she's online, I can't go into depth about GBI because it's not our baby, but as you may have heard, goals that, you know, it is our goal to make sure that we are not only referring folks for GBI, but that we actually increase those numbers because we do know that everybody doesn't need to go to jail. Some people might need, you know, have a need to have somewhere to be at 8 o'clock the next morning, needing a job, or they need to move, or they need diapers for their family, whatever those things. It's really important that it's a comprehensive approach. It's not whether one thing over the other. It's not just carrot and no stick or all stick and no carrot. And so that's the missing piece to really balance out a comprehensive crime strategy in addition to making sure that there are consequences that stick when we make these arrests and we are getting these guns off the streets. I spoke briefly on the implicit bias training. I also talked about the need for incorporating procedural justice training and the philosophy of PJ and everything that we do. And it's important to note again that it's not just a one-time effort. It has to be ongoing. And the philosophy is baked into everything that we do and operationalized. So
I just want to one other aspect of that question in terms of the training. Is there real live people that officers are interacting with in terms of getting their perspective of maybe, like yesterday, you had some officers talked about how they grew up, and you had some young people talking about the challenges of how they grew up, and they were able to connect because they saw some similarities. Is there any aspect of that? Because I know oftentimes, because of the residency requirement, and recruiting is the way it is, a lot of times you may have officers who may not have never really interacted, to be quite frank with you, with an African-American young man, right? And what you may perceive as aggression may just be passion, right? What you may perceive as a young man who just naturally have swag is a young man who's responding to you with some type of aggressive manner or trying to be smart, and the conversation escalates and goes somewhere where it really doesn't need to go. And so it would just be interesting just to get an idea of the level of human interaction that involves that type of that type of training that deals with basically implicit bias and basically racism and breaking down stereotypes on all sides. So I just wanted to say that just to get an idea. Is that part of the approach of the training?
I am an advocate for community co-teaching, regardless if it's implicit bias or whatever it is, because we all bring different lived experiences. Commissioner Coulter, talk about the details of the training itself.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. And Councilman, the first answer is yes, we can do more. What Inspector Verdell Johnson started at the Training Bureau, which has been done with every class as we're bringing them out now, is he takes them on field trips into communities, letting them interact for the first time, not as an enforcement officer, but as somebody getting to know a community that they may serve in. He takes them to Kensington, takes them to be part of building a house, playing everything for the community. I think we need to do more. And it utilizes everybody, every district that they go to. They may have not met somebody in Philadelphia before, because some of our folks do come from outside the city. So We do have some programs as part of the recruit training, but I think it's also important that we bring it into in-service training and not assume that everybody learned everything they needed to know while they were in the academy. So it's programs that we can certainly build down on to make sure that our contacts are seeing all the good that's going on in the community and learning from some of the cues that members of the community give us that they're our partners, not in any way our enemy.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gauthier.
Thank you, Council President. Commissioner, I'm sitting with calls for action that I've received directly from young people who have been demonstrating over the last couple of weeks. One of the gaps we all agree on is engagement between police and communities. I think at the heart of this is that large, historically racist institutions, and I put all of government in this category, not just the police, expect to set the rules of engagement and expect the public to meet on our terms when it should really be the other way around. So if people are telling us that the PDACs, the town halls, the PSA meetings, et cetera, are not working, then I think we need to honor that and respond to it. Along those lines, how will the police department begin tearing down old engagement structures and trying new ones? And do you have ideas on how you as commissioner can convene an open and transparent process where those who feel most vulnerable, particularly our young people and our young adults, have a real seat at the table? And how would you measure the success of that engagement?
I think the metrics piece is, it's not tangible, so it's always going to be very difficult, and it can change at any moment given what's happening in the country, right? But with that said, I think the first step, and you all know, and you've done this, we have to meet folks where they are. It's one thing to schedule a meeting and say, everybody come on our terms at 6 o'clock using this technology, so on and so forth. But we have to go where we know our young people are, and that means whatever hour of the day that is. So I think that's the first start. I wouldn't begin to say I have all the answers, because that, to your point, I think comes from our young people. They need to tell us the best way to engage with them and to include them, and that's what needs to happen.
Well, I will look forward to partnering with you on a serious strategy to engage the people who are actually being policed in our neighborhoods. Next question. Reconciliation, healing, and restorative justice have come up consistently in our conversations with young demonstrators as well. Honoring and prioritizing these themes requires acknowledging the multiple traumas that come with criminal activity, and this is especially true when the crime or harm is inflicted by law enforcement. Do you have any thoughts on how the Philadelphia Police Department can allocate resources towards authentic and impactful reconciliation efforts, including instances in which officers have behaved wrongfully?
Yeah, and so I think that's why, I'm very hesitant to put everything on a person, right? When we assign certain tasks to an individual, then folks seem to think that it's their thing as opposed to a philosophy. That's why I'm saying it's so important to have this diversity and inclusion manager, because again, everything is applied through an equity lens. All of our strategies, right? The filter says, hey, wait, stop. The other piece is we have to, as law enforcement, now I'm speaking on behalf of all law enforcement, there's a lot of people like me out here. So I don't disagree with anything that you said. We're the entryway, we're the gate to the criminal justice system. And the reason why I mentioned the D&I manager is because sometimes we do things with unintended consequences just because of the system that we work within. And if we don't have a constant checks and balances process to say, wait a minute, if you do this, the impact that you have is not only harmful, but it makes things worse than what it was in the beginning. So checks and balances are important. We have to acknowledge that we have a part to play in this system, but we also need to acknowledge that we have a seat at the table, and we have to be vocal and speak out when we know that the impact that we have leads a much larger footprint than what we have. So again, it sounds very anecdotal, but I think to your point, it's the first part is acknowledging the part that we play in this. And then before we roll out anything that we do, stopping and thinking, okay, what does this mean? If I do this, then what happens?
Is reconciliation with our neighborhoods an explicit part of the D&I manager's job description?
Well, I don't know if it's in the job description, but I think that's clearly a part of, it's not just looking internally, but again, is working with community. How do we better bridge the gaps or these chasms that we've now seen getting wider and wider? So reconciliation is, of course, a priority for us, and what that looks like in our role as PPD, how that fits into the city's strategy as well.
I would love to hear more about how you're thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. I want to go back to Councilman Jones when he talked about that night. I too was out there that night, and I vividly remember being there while protesters was there. I actually FaceTimed Council President when I was out there because I got worried about the police presence that we seen. Unfortunately, because of a family situation, I had to leave. And as I was on my way home, I then seen people committing crimes with no ability to call 911. Me speaking specifically how I couldn't call 911. I also, while I was out there, had an unfortunate situation where someone had been shot and they couldn't call 911, and they had to drive to the protest where there was honestly a stronger force of police officers than what was needed. It might have been a 4 to 5 to 1 ratio, while crime was committed maybe about 10 minutes away. So I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilman Jones and encourage that we have some type of written statement that communicates how decisions were made that night as well as the next night. And I also want to say...
Can you just tell me why you weren't able to call 911? Or why folks weren't able to... Was it that you were able to call or that there was no response?
Nobody was home. Like, I called 911 myself multiple times, probably 10 times that night. I didn't want to put all that on the record because I don't want to make people frantic or anything like that. But I'm 100% sure you couldn't call 911 last night, not only because I couldn't do it, but the woman who drove up to us because someone had been shot said she called 911 and no one picked up. So that went on for a good amount of time that night. So again, like Councilman Jones said, just to be able to have something written that communicates what was taking place and how decisions were made and people were deployed, I think that's really important. I want to transition. What? I'm sorry.
Just Council President, just for a point of information, I just want to also just echo the same thing regarding Councilman Thomas's comments and remarks. I did get several different calls from individuals that they couldn't get through to 911 during that evening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Yeah, I did get that FaceTime call from Councilman Thomas that night a couple of times, actually. Councilman, go ahead.
Sorry about that. And I do have several more things, so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. At some point, and please don't do it during my time, but somebody else's time, Brian, can you please explain to the audience what were to happen? We talked about the percentage of the police contract that's absolutely mandatory. Well, I shouldn't say absolutely mandatory, that we're contractually obligated to abide by. What were to happen? Can the managing director's office explain what were to happen if we were to not abide by our contractual obligation? We didn't get an exact percentage as it relates to staff, but at some point, again, not during my time, can you please explain that to folks so people understand what would the consequences be of the city of Philadelphia if that were to essentially take place? And also, moving on to the next thing, Commissioner Outlaw, you spoke during other people's testimony about different people responding to police. I've been advocating for some time for social distancing officers, so police wouldn't be put in a position to enforce social distancing. Do you think that would be something that would be a good idea? It wouldn't benefit the work you're doing. My time is already up. So if you could just answer that one when you get a minute. I got to go through my questions and then I'll be done. And then talking about the training, I appreciate you being open to the implicit bias training. I would also want to hear anything around just some type of basic communication training or customer service training. Again, another situation I faced last year with law enforcement, I again had to call Council President to help me out with that situation. And so I think some level of basic training and ongoing training in the world of customer service, communication, de-escalating, and not just during the original academy, but ongoing training, I think is very important, and most professions do it. Last but not least, the written response to what's going on with the murder rate. I know Councilman Green talked about it, Councilman Johnson talked about it, others, Council President put an emphasis on it. That is something that we're really concerned about. And last but not least, I do want to thank you the managing director's team, Marcel Pratt, and everyone else who agreed to sit with the police reform work group as well as other members of council to do a deep dive into what police reform looked like. We have been listening to the constituents of Philadelphia, and we do see an opportunity for a change, and I appreciate you being open to a part of that conversation. And I apologize if I had to run through this stuff quickly. I just want to be respectful of the time.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President, just for clarity purposes, most of my questions can be responded to in writing. I do think the one thing that should be communicated right now is what is my question for Brian Abernathy.
Mr. Abernathy?
And Councilmember, that is the question on what would happen if we don't meet our contractual obligations?
Yes.
Okay, so if we, for whatever reason, don't meet our contractual obligation around salary, around how the arbitration process works, whatever point that happens to be, the labor would have an opportunity to file an Unfair Labor Practices Act or find relief under the contract or to the courts. So it's like any other contract is we're contractually obligated to follow through. And as the commissioners indicated, 93% of our budget is personnel costs. And so we can't reduce payments. And so if we are reducing the police department's budget significantly, it will result in officer layoffs.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. Commissioner, in terms of what we're doing, which is trying to figure out the budget, with a lot of conflicts. People want more money. Things have been cut. Could you tell me how would you deal with trying to get bad police officers off the force and keep them off the force, because that's been a continuing issue, retaining and rewarding good officers, and trying to ensure through all of this that we don't end up with police officers just not responding to the needs of the people.
So there's three questions there I think I heard. The first one being, how do we, once we have made a decision that someone isn't the optimal officer, how do we make sure that they cannot return? That's the larger arbitration discussion, I think, that's been had long before my arrival, and then the conversation that we're still having right now today. The other piece is, again, going back to this early intervention system, because that helps us to identify who our problem officers are, or again, whether or not we monitor, intervene, have discipline imposed, or we terminate at that time, but then also identifying those who are working and doing a really, really good job and replicating that throughout the department. The third, I forgot your third question. What was the third one?
The third question is a big concern of mine, and that is that police officers end up not responding. There's a call in, they sit in their car, they don't want to respond for a lot of reasons, but let's say that becomes a bigger problem.
You're speaking to morale, and quite frankly, having come from working in an environment that was under a consent decree in both past lives, it happens, depolicing or whatever you want to call it. And that happens when we lead, whether it's city administration or police department leadership, when we lead by fear, we manage by fear, as opposed to making sure that there's a comprehensive approach to rewarding folks when they should be rewarded and doing that publicly, and then also making sure that we hold people accountable. But accountability, whether it's discipline or through training or whatever it is, it has to be consistent and fair. The other piece is making sure that we set people up to be successful. So it's one thing for us to have all these asks of our rank and file, but if we're not giving them the tools that they need in order to do it, we talked about cell phones and homicide, or I'm thinking of training, right? Whether it's leadership development at the lowest levels, teaching how to problem solve, so they push that back at the lowest levels, and it's not just done by me or leadership. we have to give them the tools that we need. So we reinforce the good behavior, we set them up for success, we hold them consistent, and we don't necessarily make a big story out of it every time we do it.
Okay, in terms of your role in this administration, I have some specific things. As police commissioner, what is your input on ending stop and frisk? What is your input on no rubber bullets? What is your input on non-lethal force training? And I'll just say, you can tell a person how to ride a bike. That don't mean they can ride a bike. You can tell people not to use lethal force, but they have to have training and experience to understand what they're doing. What is your role, and how do you achieve that? How much does that cost?
So again, training is important. I don't have a dollar amount for you. We'll circle back and get that to you. But tools are important. And I don't believe that we throw the baby out with the bathwater. There has to be very strong policy around the equipment that we use. Stop and frisk is a tool. Again, we all work under the auspices of the Constitution. We work within the Constitution. I've heard folks say illegal stop and frisk. Do you support illegal stop and frisk? Absolutely not. We don't support anything that's illegal. But it is a tool made available to us, and we have to track it, we have to measure it, and ensure that we're not abusing this tool that is available. Same thing that goes along with less lethal munitions. If we don't have the ability to have intermediary tools available to us, because again, force does have to be proportionate to what we're addressing at that time. And we have to make sure that once that threat is neutralized, we de-escalate, right? There has to be strong policy in place. There has to be regular training put in place, and not just for those who use it, but for everyone, so they know what the uses are specifically for, how it's to be used, and what it's used, the impact it could have on everyone around them. But again, I don't believe in throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I do believe that we need to have less lethal munitions available to us because, again, once someone has shown that they are resistant, right, if we've asked, we've verbally asked, and they're not complying, the next thing for us to do is to take it one step up so we can get compliance. And we do obviously want to use a gun in every situation that we have.
Thank you. Council President, I do have to put on the record this statement that I understand stop and frisk as a tool, and then if it is done properly, because you're responding to information, the evidence is admissible. I want to clarify that as it has been used as a practice to go out and start stopping and frisking people, it's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and I'm just going to say I don't support that, and I don't believe the commissioner does either. I don't think anyone is supporting unconstitutional violations of civil rights, but, I will go into the third round. Thank you.
All right. Do remind members we still have prisons coming up. So, just a reminder. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones. And we'll come back. Did Councilman Dom get back on yet? Not? Okay. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
I'm here.
Councilman Dom, you go ahead. You were in the last round. Can you go ahead?
Thank you very much, Council President. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm here as well, Mr. President.
Okay, I'll call you right after Councilman Dom.
No problem.
Most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I just want to thank you, Commissioner Outlaw, for what you're trying to do to help move the department in the right direction. I know this is not an easy job, and I think we all appreciate what you're doing, and we are in support. And I think it was Councilwoman Sanchez who said, your success is our success. And that's exactly how I feel. I think my colleagues feel the same way. So we're here to help you make this better. And I think my biggest issue right now is how do we build trust with the police department and all residents of the city. And that's something that I hope we can accomplish. I don't have any specific questions for you today, but I just want to thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. So I have multiple responsibilities, so you may have noticed I changed my clothes. As you can see, I'm representing your neck of the woods, Mr. President. My question is, there was a resolution I put in to examine the use of facial recognition technology, and it was misconstrued like we were pushing for it, as opposed to asking the question of whether or not we use it, how we use it, and in what means in capacity. Could you answer that for me?
Sure. Actually, I'll turn that over to Commissioner Coulter, who's very familiar with this discussion. Commissioner Coulter.
Commissioner Coulter.
Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we have you now.
Little technical difficulty just getting off mute. Facial recognition in our department, like many departments, is a learning process. But what we make sure that we're doing is that every lens that we look at it through is within the law, and we're still developing what that should look like, but making sure that we don't ever use it as a tool to be discriminatory or in any other way. So we are very early stages of facial recognition. I think that when your folks toured the DIVIC, I think you were part of the group that went down there and looked at what is available. But what is available doesn't necessarily mean it will be used in all instances, because you have to be very mindful of when it's correct to do so. So meeting with some other major city chiefs, we've talked about it. A lot of cities have, and chiefs have various positions on it. But we're going to make sure that in this instance that our technology don't outpace our policy, and that everything that we are doing is making sure that we're protecting everybody's rights, victims as well as witnesses, as well as.
So let me ask some specific questions. Is it used by the federal government at airports now?
Sir, I couldn't ask that question. We'd have to direct it to the feds. I will make the inquiry for you and see if they do respond, but that's not, they're not within our purview, and I don't know what their policies are.
So currently, through our cameras that we use, that we own, do we use facial recognition technology today?
I believe that we do in specific circumstances. We don't use it as a kind of a view to look through to look for something, but I believe it's used in a specific crime, something where we have a video identifying somebody in that crime itself. But I can get my policy to you and all the instances where we lawfully use it.
Okay, that'll do. We were going to have a hearing. I was asked to withdraw the resolution, so we did. But the question still remains: if the technology exists, it is incumbent upon this council and upon the city of Philadelphia elected officials to know exactly where. And we trust you, but we need to at least know where we are looking to expand that use. Many people object to it. And so we need to be able to give them a clear answer as to what the city's position is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair now recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Outlaw, during your earlier testimony, you talked about various aspects of the department focusing in silos, and you talked about your desire to see a much more collaborative approach in how you police in Philadelphia. With that being said, one of the greatest ways that we've learned that you can increase the confidence and trust that the public has with the police department is by ensuring that the district attorney's office actually has prosecutors embedded within the in districts throughout the city of Philadelphia. Now, we've heard about this taking place in Chicago, and the data I looked at said that there was a 20% decrease in homicides. With that being said, can you tell us, as it relates to this budget, the prosecutors who will they be in all districts? Because we heard some comments from District Attorney Krasner. And then where do we stand with data analysts? So collaboration with the assistant district attorneys coming out the prosecutor's office, but then data analysts, which is further collaboration between the police department and the DAs, and your perspective on that.
Thank you for the question. Commissioner Singleton, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Can you just give us an idea of where and how the ADAs have been rolled out and when they'll all be in place timeline-wise?
Yes, Commissioner, I can. Hello, everyone. Right now, District Attorney Krasner has assigned 2 district attorneys to each division, each of the 6 divisions, which they will work with the districts, obviously, that's experiencing the most violence. But any of the districts, they will work with them too if they're experiencing or need their help. It helps us in making sure they get the information on specific individuals identified as chronic habitual offenders in terms of violence, where they get that information, they understand all of the circumstances around that individual in terms of if there's a gang affiliation, involvement in shootings, whether they're victims of, most likely to participate in violence. And it helps us with things like increased request for bail and that sort of thing. So we do have district attorneys assigned to each division now.
So listen, thank you so very much for that response. I want to commend the department for that collaboration. It is pretty much unprecedented to my knowledge, along with the issue of the data analyst. I just heard the bell, Mr. President, but I do want to get this on the record. Number one, we were in and are in the midst of a pandemic, and so when people think about police just policing, I want to say a special thanks to Captains Deacon, Captain Smith, and Captain Zimmerman. People don't know that they were engaged in helping us ensure that the Black Doctors COVID-19 Consortium had access to all of the streets when we had to work on directing cars, around the block, people in line around the block. Sometimes streets had to be closed down in order for that to happen, and each of those captains were very supportive. In addition to that, and this is really for the benefit of constituents in the 9th Councilmatic District, when the civil unrest was taking place and it had made its way into neighborhoods, I know all of the other district council members were traveling through their offices. We had also gotten information that was anonymously posted on social media. I want to put for the record, information had been anonymously posted on social media about very specific malls and commercial quarters throughout the city of Philadelphia. And we wanted to make sure, I can think of one in particular at the mall at Adams Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard in the 9th Councilmatic District. There was a GameStop. And people said, well, what were you concerned about? Were you concerned about materials that were taken? No, I wasn't concerned about the merchandise because GameStop, although they're going out of business, they had insurance. What I was concerned about was someone going inside and it starting a fire and then arson. And then we had businesses throughout that entire mall that would have been burnt down. And so I want to thank the captains for responding to that information. And finally, because it was mentioned by one of my colleagues, and I'm happy to hear Commissioner Outlaw, you go on the record relative to unconstitutional stop and frisk. This coming November, residents of the city of Philadelphia will, for the first time, get the opportunity to voice their position relative to unconstitutional stop and frisk. And the reason why that's important, when we introduced this, the resolution in council, it was interesting. There was a reporter who said, wow, that's a no-brainer. If it's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and that means nobody supports it. But that meant that that reporter hadn't done his homework. Because if he had done his homework, he would know that aside from unconstitutional stop and frisk being illegal, it was still pervasively occurring based on research and data that had been collected, and as a result of a consent decree because of a lawsuit that was introduced by several parties, that we now have a mediator, a third-party independent entity that is monitoring the Philadelphia Police Department's activity relative to stop and frisk. So I just wanted to note that for the record, and again to say to you, Commissioner Outlaw, you are new. The racism, the sexism, the misuse of abuse and authority was occurring long before you got here. We know that it's going to be all hands on deck in order for us to fix it. I'm just hoping that the method of collaboration that you just talked about that had not been occurring, that we will see now with the district attorney's office, I'm hoping you will do the same with the city of Philadelphia's community behavioral health division, because behavioral health is extremely important and we should be utilizing those services in departments and districts across the city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really quickly, Commissioner, I just wanted to circle back to a portion of your testimony on page 13 relative to your professional service contracts and the MBE, WBE, and DBE participation rates of those contracts. So if you could just speak to your plans to ensure that you're increasing the diversity of the professional service contracts within the police department.
So I know it seems like I'm turning a lot over to Commissioner Coulter, but I will do that in a minute. To answer your question, though, when I talk about a D&I manager, those are the sorts of things that we're talking about. So it's not just that when we prepare our budget, we make sure that we apply an equity lens. It's the same thing with those who we choose to hire out for RFPs and whatever vendors we choose to contract with. And then, of course, within the values of the city administration and ensuring that there's diversity in who we work with. Commissioner Coulter, is there anything that you'd like to add, given familiar with how we've done our contracts in the past?
Councilwoman, it's a very good question. It's something we do work hard to make sure that when it's possible, we are as inclusive as possible. There are some of our large contracts where you'll see that there's zero participation, and a lot of that has to do with that there are no bidding minority firms or ones that get the bid, so we have to operate within the procurement reason. But one of the contracts that we're hoping to get secured for the fall with our implicit bias is going to a minority contractor. We always look at our small businesses, our folks that are involved in that, call our small and local women or minority-owned businesses on a regular basis, and work hard to keep those files updated to ensure that we're doing it. One of the things that come up all the time is with our psychologists, and we continue to work to make sure that we have diversity and representation in our psychologists as well, to ensure that those candidates that are coming into the police service are being interviewed and being processed through with a lens that may not have been included in the past. So it's an ongoing process. I think our numbers this year are slightly higher than last year. When I took over budget, I think we were at about 6%, and we've more than doubled that over time, but it's still a work in progress. But it's something that we're conscious at every level when we are attempting to secure a contract or working through the procurement process.
Okay, thank you so much for your response, particularly around the implicit bias training. And there was one additional question that I had that I'm sure is often on the minds of many Philadelphians that live adjacent to communities of higher education. I wanted to know if the police department still works with and or allows for the contracting out of police officers to local education institutions, meaning the institutions would hire police officers to provide service in areas adjacent to their campus.
So without being able to speak to any current MOUs that we have right now, I don't have that in front of me. I know we do have very strong partnerships with our local universities, and after having, conversations with the heads of a lot of these departments, my ask has been after providing the data, that they utilize their own resources to address any crime issues or any quality of life issues that they've identified, or that we've using our data within their realm of influence. Circle back with you specifically about any formal arrangements or agreements as far as contracting out.
Sure, so we can follow up offline about that. Thank you so very much, and thank you, Mr. President and Commissioner Outlaw. We're just truly very happy to have you here in the city of Philadelphia, and I thank you for the service that you have rendered thus far, and look forward to continuing to work with you in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilwoman Kiana Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you again, Police Commissioner. And I know it's been a long day, morning and afternoon. I didn't want to close out this hearing without acknowledging that, notwithstanding all the questions, and we should do a forensic review of everything that's happened over the next few weeks and learn so that we can improve, because there's always room for improvement. But I do want to acknowledge and put on the record that there were many residents in the 7th Councilmatic District that wanted the National Guard in their neighborhoods. Right? When we looked at Kensington and Allegheny and all of the challenges that we had in some of the business corridors, there was a request by many folks to do that. And so I don't want us to just look at it and say, we don't like it, we don't like the optics. I don't like the optics of it, but I also understood the necessity and that request from the community. So I just want to put that on the record as we look at what has happened and how do we get better on the other side of all of this. But I wanted to go back to the focus deterrence conversation that Councilman Johnson was having. And again, because of all of our challenges in Kensington and the open air drug markets and others, one of the challenges after 13 years, again, working very closely with the feds, with the state, and locally, is this competition between local police, state police, and federal police about who starts the case, who prosecutes the case, and the feds sometimes their unwillingness to take some of these cases. In order for focus deterrence to work, we need all the toolboxes, right? And some of the most efficient toolbox for us is that the feds take the case because they prosecute, and then it's their prisons, right? And then it's not a cost to the local municipalities. So can you speak a little bit to how you're going to break down some of those barriers around who starts the case, who gets it done? And I'll use this example. When Inspector Cram, who's in East Division now, was at the DA's office, they led an investigation that led to a major drug bust in our community, but it really required egos put aside and people just get the work done. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I cannot stress enough, I've mentioned it before, but that's what these shooting reviews accomplish. It not only gets all of the stakeholders at the table, but all communicating with one another. We're making real-time requests of our partners, whether it's our local partners or state partners, or even our federal partners. That is the opportunity for us to ask our federal partners, look, can you take this case over? Here's what we need. And then it also allows us to identify those who are suitable or who qualify for a quarterly call-in, whether it's through Project Safe Neighborhoods at the federal level or through GVI, through custom notifications or a call-in on that end. So again, I cannot stress enough, this has not been happening prior to these last 4 weeks. The level of collaboration and the willingness all of our law enforcement partners and our services partners at the table, so we're communicating this to make sure that when we do make an arrest, it sticks and there's consequences, and the right hand knows what the left hand is doing.
Thank you. As it relates to narcotics, we have a lot of work. I'm going to put 2 questions on the table since I know that our time is short. There's going to be a lot of ongoing conversations, some in some presentations tomorrow around reforms, but there are some things that are in your lane. And over the last few months, there have been requests for data and transparency from the police department that is in your wheelhouse. And I want you to respond to whether that's the release of names of police officers involved in issues or some data sets. I want you to respond in writing why the department has been a little reluctant in doing that. And then lastly, if you had a time to look at your budget, as we talk about this budget, I want to echo Councilwoman Gartier's. We will always allocate enough money for you to deal with crimes and the shootings and all of those things. But one of the things, if you hadn't had an opportunity to look at, when you look at overtime and who gets paid and what, there are 200 officers that consistently earn twice as much as their normal salary. And sometimes they work for departments who have the worst rates homicide clearance. So I'd like for your initial perspective and review. We appreciate the mayor saying that he will not take the $14 million. But if you've had an opportunity to look at any of those efficiencies or potential abuses of resources and what your philosophy is about how you're going to address your budget in the future, that would be helpful. And you can submit that in writing. Again, I appreciate all your work and collaboration, and look forward to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I will do that.
Council President Clark, I'm done. Thank you.
I think to Councilwoman Gill, I think you're up. The president may have to step away. So Councilwoman
Thank you so
Gill.
much. Thank you so much, Council Majority Leader. I appreciate it. Thank you again, Commissioner Outlaw. I wanted to go back to talking about homicides, because if we're talking about rethinking policing, I think we can all agree that the area that we want to see rethought the most is making sure that these murders get solved. And I can't quite get over the fact that we've increased the police budget by $120 million over the last 5 years, but homicide detectives don't even have work cell phones. So if they basically want to give their phone number to a crime victim so they can stay in touch, they would have to give their own personal phone numbers, it sounds like. Is that right?
Yes.
So that sounds like a pretty dehumanizing situation, both for the victims and for the detectives. So I want to just go over again, because I know that you support this, and it's one of the areas that I'd love to see us find some additional alignment. Can we review again, how exactly does the caseload for the homicide division stack up to the national average?
I will turn that over to Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Wilson, you here?
Yeah, I'm on, Commissioner. Yeah, when we did the study, it was about 9, which is above the national average. Right now, year to date, it's 4.
Okay, so almost, I'm sorry. Did you say that the national average is 4 and we're at 9?
No. I think, it's 6 or 7. It was 6 or 7 last year when we were at 9, so we added some detectives and brought our average down.
And what is the national average, do you know?
Last year, when PERF looked at it, I believe it was 6 or 7 per investigator.
Okay, so the national average is around 6 to 7, and we're at 9. And then you're adding resources to get it to the national average.
Yeah, we added detectives in December of 19.
Okay, so just recently.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, helpful. Thank you. So are homicide detectives given additional training or access to counseling and support resources to help them through this? Because I cannot imagine that your division or this division can see over 300 murders in a year and just not need like tremendous amounts of relief and support.
Yes, I'll answer that. We take advantage of every training we can. We send them away to training offered by the Secret Service and the FBI, but it is important that they're highly trained.
Yeah, I mean, how about in terms of like counseling and other types of resources on trauma-informed care and how to take care of self-care, for example. So, as they go out looking for, to solve situations that they're in the best health mentally and obviously in other ways as they can be to work on this.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we didn't think of years back, but we definitely look at it now. If we have a particularly gruesome scene or whatever, we're sending EAP right away to talk to those investigators that were involved.
And Commissioner Outlaw, thank you. Commissioner Ella, do you think you could commit to us that homicide detectives could actually get the cell phones that they need so that crime victims could actually have a single point of contact and wouldn't have to call a detective on their personal cell?
I would absolutely like to, and I need to delve into further why that is not the case. I know it's extremely expensive. But again, having it not been at the table when these conversations were initially had, I want to be careful about committing to a certain date without knowing all the backstory.
And if you could get back to council with a more substantial plan to strengthen the work of the homicide division, both in terms of physical resources or in terms of training and other things that they need, I know that would be most welcome as well.
Sure, and I'd also like to add to that, it's not just training for our homicide detectives throughout the department. There's a need throughout the department. There's a need to strengthen our health and wellness initiatives. So I understand the focus on homicide, but this is a need.
I agree with you. 100%. Thank you. So I wanted to go back because I wanted to give a chance for Mr. Abernathy to clarify. I had asked the question about who exactly was authorizing the use of tear gas on 676 and to move the protesters off the road by force. And I wanted to give a chance for clarification if there needed to be any.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that. So as I indicated, the Unified Command Group did authorize the use of authorize the use of less lethal munitions, including tear gas, within departmental policies, only if circumstances dictated their use. That authorization came on Sunday in response to a number of issues that were happening throughout the city. It did not respond to Monday's protests specifically. It was a general approval. The commander on the scene did feel that conditions warranted their use and informed the Unified Command Group following the incident. And I think it's important to note, as the commissioner has said a number of times, that we will conduct a full after-action analysis on the use of less lethal munitions during this period.
So seeing what you saw, would you have authorized it at the time?
Councilmember, I don't think I have enough information to answer that question. I certainly saw what was on video, but that doesn't mean I saw everything, and I don't know. I want to make sure that the after-action report, it provides us full details. And if I walk into that after-action review with my mind made up on what I think the circumstances will be and what the conclusion would be, I don't think that's fair to anybody involved in the situation.
I myself have been on 676 to actually protest. It was 2 decades ago, but we were not moved off the road by force. I could have told you, as most anybody could have, that they would have gotten off on 8th Street at the most, if not gotten off at City Hall. The decision to move protesters off the road by force, would you agree? Would you have authorized that, even if it wasn't the use of non-lethal? Or, I argue that those are pretty lethal, but.
And again, Councilmember, I'm not going to prejudge what that after-action reports.
Okay. Will you commit to ending the practice of using rubber bullets and tear gas against demonstrators and civilians exercising their rights to protest? Cities across the country have done it, and I'm asking if you will commit to ending it. People have died as a result of tear gas and rubber bullets. Can you commit to doing that?
Appears that Mr. Abernathy screen that's frozen.
A convenient freeze?
Yeah, I don't have control over that.
I'm not suggesting that.
Just wondering if people are seeing what I'm seeing.
Yes, we are seeing it. Support's trying to figure it out.
I do have to say one thing, though. We do need to get the commissioner out of here. And I think Councilmember Johnson is coming up next.
So I assume, Council President, my question will remain unanswered?
No, we'll get to that. We have the prison commissioner coming up next.
Absolutely. We'll follow up with.
I don't know who froze that screen, but
with Mr. Abernathy on that key moment. I'll await that, and that'll be all for my questions. Thank you very much, Council President.
All right. We'll get yours. Well, the last member, Councilman Johnson, and I think Councilman Parker, you had one quick, very brief follow-up. Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just my last question for the day. Commissioner, I just wanted to ask you to just continue to keep on your radar when we talk about the solving of homicide, the role of making sure that we continue to build the relationship between the detectives and the family members, and most importantly, the parents of victims of these homicides. And that's just an area that I'm very passionate about, making sure that there's always open dialogue when it comes to unsolved homicides, as well as making sure there's open lines of communication when parents need help around getting information and getting updates on when their loved ones were murdered. Helping build the relationships between the community and the detectives. Let me know whatever I can do to be supportive of that process. I'm on board. That's all I have to say.
I support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So, all right, it was a really, we still have a situation out in the street that needs it. Real quick, we have three members, could be like one question, we really need to move on. Squilla, O, and Parker. Then we really need to wrap it up.
Thank you, Council President. And just real quick on the homicide issue, since that is the major issue surrounding the city and the number of shootings and murders that have happened. Do we see? I know we have the number of murders are up. Is the number of shootings up? And Commissioner, I do want to thank you and your staff and all the officers who were out there under the COVID extreme during the hardship of worrying about getting the virus and then being out there again under the unrest. And the majority of all the officers have done a tremendous job. But do you see that the shootings are up along with the number of homicides?
Yes. So year to date, homicides are up a little over 25%, and our aggravated assaults with a gun are up 20.9%, almost 21%. Which is why there is to make sure that we increase our non-fatal shooting victim clearance rate as well.
All right, because sometimes maybe it's good that some of them aren't good shots, but we have a lot less people dying. But it's still a concern when the weapon is being used, and that's something that we need to curtail. And the last thing was just that the community involvement, because of the no snitching idea that it benefits people to not say something, it goes back to the relationship of building trust between the police and the community in order to get that people there to feel comfortable enough to give that information. So we'll continue to work with you on that, and thank you for your time and effort and all you've done.
Thank you, and I'd also like to add too. I don't want to lost upon anyone. We've taken over 830 guns off the street this year. So guns are also a problem, and getting folks properly charged with these gun violations are also an issue. And again, there has to be consequences. So we are but one part of this process, and I need folks to recognize that as well.
Good. Thank you, Councilman Earl, and then Councilwoman Parker.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm just going to ask to please, because there's been a lot of movement and things. I want to make sure that I am seeing your budget request in its final format. And I'll also say that I think one of the problems that you're faced with is that the city of Philadelphia uses the police for all kinds of things. We don't have L&I officers going out or inspectors going out after 5. Everyone calls the police. I don't know what impact that has on the cost of things, but I do know that it is very taxing on them and the community. For example, despite our 25%, 26% increase in murders and 21% increase in aggravated assaults, the police are continue to be used by, for example, other city workers when they go out and do their job. But what they're doing is not a criminal-related matter. They might be going out as a social worker. They might be going out for any number of reasons, but they like to bring the police with them. The problem with that is the police can be an intimidating presence on a civil matter where citizens feel that they're being pressured or intimidated so that they cannot respond under threat of arrest. I hope that comes up with our administration. I will hope that you will pay special attention to that. And if you will please just give us your budget request, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Parker, and I believe Mr. Abernathy is back on with the response to Councilwoman Gimm's question, and then we really like to wrap up with the commission.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Outlaw, I just wanted to note for the record that as it relates to the pandemic, Philadelphia has now been moved into the yellow stage. And hopefully we will continue to see a decline in the number of new COVID-19 cases in the city, and that one day we will be in the green area because our tax base needs it badly. With that being said, I want to just place, on your front burner that having police officers on our neighborhood commercial corridors was a very good way to not only build a relationship between the community and the police, but it also helped to promote that neighborhood commercial corridors were safe. I've done a lot of work with the Philadelphia Association of CDCs, talked with my community development corporations throughout this, and they say, Sherelle, you all can't forget that we're going to have to rebuild consumer confidence and encourage them to come back out and shop. So not only do we have to let Philadelphians know that businesses on corridors are clean, we have to let them know that they are also safe. We had two of the best in Moody and Merchant in our area, and we should focus on that. The last thing is Councilman Curtis Jones and I, prior to COVID, we held a hearing authorizing the joint committees on labor and civil service and public safety to hold hearings regarding the hiring, staffing, and retention challenges for the 911 Unified Call Center. Commissioner, I ask you to please look at funding relative to 911 operators. We're going to be looking to you to specifically address the issues associated with staffing challenges, mandated overtime, and burnout. And I want to state for the record that the majority of 911 operators are women, and the majority of them are African American, and what they do is important, and they should not be overburdened and overworked, and we should pay attention to that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Abernathy, are you back on?
Yes, sir. I apologize for that.
Yeah, that's no problem. Councilwoman Gimm had posed a question to you. Can you respond
I
now?
didn't answer the question. I think I on my side, I got cut off.
Okay, all right. It'll be an interesting. Councilwoman? It was a question about your commitment for the use, to not use, I believe, rubber bullets and tear gas. That question, I think it was similar to the question that was in the letter that was forwarded earlier.
Sure. Commissioner Outlaw, you can certainly jump in and correct me if I say anything mistaken, but the use of force is a continuum. And if we are taking away steps 5, 6, and 7, that mean our officers have to jump from 4 to 8. And I think that's dangerous. I think that that limits options. And I think would actually create some challenges and increase the likelihood of inappropriate use of force. And so I'm not willing to do that. I think what we are committed to doing is reviewing our use of force policies, and if we need to make changes about when and how we use less lethal munitions, we certainly will. And that is our commitment going forward. But I hesitate to take out tools in the tool bag because I certainly don't want our folks to be in a situation where they don't have the appropriate tools. And I'll give another example is, Commissioner Outlaw and I have had a conversation about, can we provide crisis intervention training for all of our officers, not just those who volunteer, and make sure every officer has a taser, because without that taser, there's fewer options for the officer to take action. And frankly, I want to give my officers every tool that they possibly can to defuse and de-escalate a situation with non-lethal force.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. That concludes the questions for the police commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your testimony and your time. And be safe. Okay. Next up, we have prisons. Commissioner, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
How are you?
I'm well. Good afternoon, Council President, members of City Council, and the public. Testifying with me, I'm Blanche Carney, Commissioner of the Philadelphia Department of Prisons, and present with me today is Chief of Staff Greg Verrado, Deputy Commissioners Clark, Buford, and Bagby, and Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bruce Herdman. The revised 21 budget that has been submitted is a reduction of $35 million since our original proposal. In fiscal year 20, we received additional appropriation of $14 million, bringing our budget to $252 million. And that was because we wanted to provide Hep C treatment for people at the point of admission being assessed. We have projected a higher infection rate at that time. Since we implemented Hep C treatment, we've experienced a reduction in our projected infection rate. So we do not need the $14 million, and that's part of a large majority of the $35 million reduction. To get us to that $35 million reduction, we revised our budget to include the elimination of current fiscal year 20 vacant staff positions, eliminate drop positions once staff retire during fiscal year 21, reduce overtime by 20%, and there's a 3% reduction in staff due to attrition. Also is to reduce the medical contract for potential salary and benefit savings, reduce our food service contract, and that's all based on a population from 5,000 to 4,000 people in custody. In addition, reduce maintenance contract by not filling vacancies and eliminating one-time costs associated with COVID-19. COVID-19 is a major driver of how we are now operating. The 4 facilities here on State Road have had significant impacts, but we dug deep into our budget, and that's how we came with the $35 million reduction.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I had a couple of quick questions for you. One, if you could just give us an update on the closed House of Corrections, also known as the CREEP. Basically, what's going on is that there's still equipment and any staffing at the building. What's the upkeep for us to maintain the building at whatever capacity? And third, I know there was some conversation about early on potential use for the site. And my second question is, considering the health risks associated with the imprisonment, we have substantial, were you able to qualify for any reimbursement from the CARES Act as it relates to the operations at the prison?
Council President, we have submitted some expenditures related to COVID-19 for consideration for coverage under COVID, so we could hopefully recoup some of the expenses that we expended for our COVID-19 procedures. House of Corrections still remains closed for to the inmate housing. However, we do utilize the administrative building, and that's for medical and transportation unit, and they're using the front portion of that building only. For the staff, once we closed the House of Corrections, that put us in a great position because we did not lay off any staff. We do not have that clause in the contract, but we reassigned the House of Corrections staff to fill vacancies that were not filled for years in the 4 remaining facilities. And so we realized the cost savings on two ends by redeploying the staff, the uniform staff, to the 4 remaining facilities to fill vacancies and creating the medical transportation unit that is solely dedicated to covering our open wards. Those are medical open details in area hospitals, and you always need 2 uniform staff per hospitalized inmate. So that really helped us draw down the cost overtime-wise. With those significant savings, that was a point in time where everything aligned. We had a significant decrease in the overall population, redeployment of staff, created a new unit, driving down overtime costs. In order to get back to those one-time HOC significant costs, we would have to close an additional facility. However, our population has continued to decrease, and this budget revised proposal is based on a population of 4,000 from 5,000.
Okay, so sounds like there is no plans for, at least in the short term, any reuse of the site. It will continue to be used for administrative purposes and other issues at portions of the site. So that's pretty much going to be there, and whatever proposal or level of inquiry that was had in the past is no longer on the table.
That's correct. And there's a nominal cost for utilities. We do keep the lights on. We make sure, and there are still tours for infrastructure purposes, that there's no significant damage inside the facility. So we do have a small complement that does still tour, just to make sure there are no safety issues.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Commissioner. It's a great to see you, and thank you so very much, you and your team, for your work. Commissioner, I want to start with something that has been very important to I, along with all of my colleagues, and that is recognition of essential workers in the city of Philadelphia. I mean, our sanitation workers, the people who clean our buildings, grocery store clerks, cashiers, our fire, our policemen, they are all essential workers. And for all of them, particularly those that were working directly for the city, hazard pay was something that was negotiated, particularly during the first 2 to 3 weeks when the city shut down. However, I was just... it was mind-boggling to me to learn that we had firms who were fortunate enough to provide services via our prisons department, who unfortunately did not take the city of Philadelphia's lead in ensuring that those workers received hazard pay. I want you to give me a second here, Commissioner, because I want to walk through this with you, and I want to put this on the record. I got information sent to me just this morning, and I thought that the question would have been, yes, this was already taken care of. That there are 3 subcontractors providing services in our prisons, and I apologize if I chop up these names: Corazon, WellPath, and MHM, which I believe is Centurion. Now, Corazon and WellPath, to my knowledge, they have paid what was owed relative to hazard pay to workers who work for them as subcontractors in providing services in our prisons. But there is a firm called MHM, Centurion, and they have not paid workers any sort of hazard pay, and we thought this was negotiated. And I want to say on the record to the administration, for the benefit of all of them who are listening, and to you, Commissioner Carney, if there is a firm, and that firm in particular, if they don't respect the work that Philadelphians, our residents, have done in the prisons, and they did not make good on their commitment to pay hazard pay to the workers, I believe that they should not have a contract providing services in the prisons. We have about 500 workers in 1199C in the prisons. The ask was for about $500,000, and they were not paid. And so I'm going to be watching, I mean, like white on rice, every contract that is issued for a subcontractor to provide services in the prisons, and I will object and ask all of my colleagues on council to join me in ensuring that this firm does not get the opportunity to do business in the city of Philadelphia if they don't respect the work of our essential workers. So you don't have to respond to that, Commissioner Carney. I needed that on the record for the benefit of the administration. Now what I want to say to you, kudos to you and your team for announcing on June the 5th that you tested the entire prison population for COVID-19. Your release said that to date, 3,855 asymptomatic individuals have been tested at PDP facilities. Your test results, or those results, found that 223 of those asymptomatic incarcerated individuals tested positive, 6% of the population. Now, by comparison, prison systems in other major municipalities, and I want Philadelphia to pay attention to this, because if we had gotten it wrong, people would be talking about it. But when you look at our comparison to other major municipalities like Montgomery County of Pennsylvania and in the state of Ohio, they had double-digit percentages of asymptomatic inmates testing positive. So I want you to tell us, for the record, Commissioner Carney, how do you think that you achieve such relatively good results compared to the data that I just put on the record regarding those other municipalities with similar populations?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Parker. And I'm pleased to provide an update. Since our universal mass testing, and we are testing all newly admitted folks into our custody, our total number of universal testing, including asymptomatic, is 3,968. And we have a total positive result of just 3 additional, bringing us to 225 asymptomatic folks with a 6% positive rate. We were clear and decisive at the outset of COVID-19. Being a congregate setting, we could not operate as business as usual. And in order to mitigate this COVID-19 virus in a congregate setting, we had to go into a shelter in place. There was a lot of criticism surrounding that decision, but that was the right thing to do. We were able to stand up in record time from the beginning, thermal testing for staff and any individual presenting at all of our facilities and satellite sites. We implemented the issuance of extending 14-day quarantine period for new admissions. It pretty much was 5. We followed CDC guidelines and recommendations from the Philadelphia Health Department. We extended it to 14 days. That gave us an opportunity to assess and test the symptomatics. At that point, by doing that and putting in a shelter in place, issuing PPE equipment, starting to make our own cloth mask and issue them to every single inmate and staff person, pretty much suspending outside providers so we could mitigate the spread. That was the right thing to do, even when we did not readily have availability of tests. And so that put us in a position to say, wait a minute, you have to get a handle on this. This is not business as usual. And you have to put yourself in a position in a congregate setting to mitigate it and reduce infection rate. And that's what brought us to that 6%. When we were able to then test the entire inmate population.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Councilwoman, you good? Thank you.
I know my time is up, Mr. President. I want to thank the Commissioner for her leadership, and thank you for your response, Commissioner. But, Mr. President, I want it on the record, and I want the administration to make note. There's a firm, Centurion. They had the opportunity to do business with the city of Philadelphia, and they did not think enough of those 500 workers who are working in our prisons to pay them hazard pay. And, Mr. President, we must keep that in mind when they reapply to do business with Philadelphia in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Sure that message was received. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council President, and good afternoon, Commissioner Carney. I'd like to thank you and your team for the work you've been doing through this through our last few months and over the past year. And I also want to just speak to some of the issues and thank you for the reduction of almost $40 million in your budget. That's great. But I'm trying to see if we can be of help to you, and I want you to take this in a constructive manner because we ran some numbers, and we were looking at, and this is also from the district attorney's testimony a year ago. In 2016, the prison population was 7,400. The budget was $253 million, not including fringe. Today, the population's cut in half almost to 3,900, 50% reduction almost, and we've reduced it by 15%. And the average cost, including fringe benefits, in 16 per inmate was about $50,900, and today it's about $83,600. So what I guess I'm asking is, what can we do to help you expenses even further? Because we think there could be $60 million in the prison budget that we could reutilize for affordable housing, small business development, and the creative economy. And how can we help you accomplish that goal? Because I do believe that those numbers, I think, speak to the issue.
Thank you, Councilman Dom. One of the things that has to be taken into consideration is the number of services that we provide here. It's not just safety and security, food. It is cognitive behavioral health. We're doing Hep C treatment. We're doing medication-assisted treatment. We're doing time out of cell. And so we're doing a number of those programs that really do social services with the population. If we were to scale back any further, I think it would be a detriment because we have pretty much dug deep to eliminate positions through attrition for 20 and 21. But now you do need contracts in place to provide that level of care. Again, this is aligning with City Council's roadmap for poverty. These same folks, again, are returning back to those communities. It is advantageous for us that we take the opportunity while people were in custody to offer those types of services. But I certainly am open to your recommendations that you've articulated. But I believe we need to be clear that it's not just a dollar amount. It's really the service delivery to impact people while they're incarcerated because they're returning to those same poverty-stricken communities, and we want them to return much better than when they came in. But I'm happy to receive your recommendations.
I mean, I'd like to work with you to at least see if we can save 25 or 30 million from that budget, because I do think the savings could accrue and for the benefit of the city and reinvest that money in other areas. And I will say this, and I'm still committed to it. You've been very gracious. We've had a few financial literacy courses for those people leaving the prison that they took them. In fact, one of the graduates actually came to see me in council to tell me how they enjoyed the course. And I know we tried to do a technology course with Sylvester Mobley, and I think we had mixed results. But if you're still interested in having coding classes taught, I'm happy to sponsor them and support them. So anyway, thank you for your work. Maybe after this session, we can get together and see if we can be of help to you in a constructive way to save some money. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Dom.
Well, yeah, sorry. Chair recognizes Councilman Thomas.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councilmember Parker, which he basically talked about thanking you for your great work and your service during this tough time. Myself and Philadelphians all across the city appreciate it. But I also want to echo her sentiments as it relates to the workers who did not receive hazardous pay. I know she said it more than once, and I'm going to add to the list, and I couldn't have said it any better than she did, and I agree with every single word that she said. Outside of that, I do want to circle back around to some of the things that Councilmember Dom talked about. I do, too, appreciate some of the recommended cuts, but I'm hoping that we can do a deeper dive. So I understand that you're saying that some of the dollars that you use as far as subcontractors are for social services, but I'm wondering, since the population has decreased, what decrease have we seen in subcontractors who do not offer social services?
So what in our proposal, the food contract is a per diem contract. So that's based on the population from 5 to 4,000. But it really is based on not filling vacancies that we currently have. We believe that we're in a position where we can reduce those potential positions by not filling them, thus resulting in salary and benefit savings.
So since just referring to the numbers that Councilmember Dom put out there, since we've seen a reduction in population, we have not seen a reduction in subcontractors who offer non-social service, who get non-social service contracts?
We have seen a reduction, and that was primarily in the GD Food Corrections. That's our food provider.
So so outside of that, what are some of the other contracts what are some of the other subcontracts that are out there that we could possibly look at as far as reductions or maybe internal services, specifically looking at the fact that we're facing a tough time right now. And I'm one who really don't want to look at laying folks off. I understand people need the resources to do their job, but I'm wondering, some of what Councilmember Dom said, are there any other lanes and ways that we can look at some of the different mechanisms that are in place right now and maybe skin the fat a little bit?
Yes, and skinning the fat, our maintenance contractor is included in that as well. And that's U.S. facilities. We're not filling positions for them. We also did not fill some of our positions and had to lay off some of our contractors when COVID-19 hit. We suspended programming. So we've experienced cuts there as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And again, I know this is a tough time and difficult decisions for everybody. But it's just thinking, just from a practical perspective, and I know the inner workings and the operational side is difficult to understand as far as the nuances. So I don't want to seem judgmental as it relates to how to run business over there. But at the same time, I would love to be a part of a conversation similar to what Councilmember Dom said to figure out what can we reduce without hurting quality of service, because I understand that you guys do great work and essential work for citizens, and I definitely don't want to see anyone fired, laid off, or anything of that capacity. Thank you, Council President. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Commissioner, so much. Continue to do your great work, you and your team, and all the members of the Corrections Department. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our questions of the witnesses today. We now have to do a little bit of housekeeping internal as a result of certain notifications of our hearing/meeting. I think it was explained earlier what we're about to do, so we'll go through the process. This concludes the public hearing of the committee for today. Before we go into a public meeting to consider a motion to recess the public hearing and public meeting on the bills being considered today to a date certain, I will ask Mr. Stitt to please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance will just please indicate by saying present when your name is called. We want to make sure that we have a quorum as we take this activity. Roll call. Mr. Stitt.
Councilmember Bass? Councilmember Brooks?
Present.
Councilmember Dom?
Present. Thank you.
Councilmember Gauthier? Councilmember Gilmore Richardson?
Present.
Councilmember Green?
Present.
Councilmember Ginn? Councilmember Heenan? Councilmember Johnson?
Okay.
Councilmember Jones? Councilmember O?
I'm here for like 5 people, Council President.
All right. You got a good 9. You got a good 9. I wish you could do that, Councilman.
Councilman O.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Present.
Good there.
Councilmember Parker,
Present. Thanks, Councilman O, for coming through.
No, you're not coming through for me. Present.
was that Councilmember Johnson that just heard?
Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Keona Sanchez,
I am here.
All right. There you go.
Councilmember Squilla,
I'm present.
Councilmember Thomas,
Present.
and Council President Clark.
All right, I'm here. Okay, we can proceed. Thank you. A quorum has clearly been established, and now we will now go into the public meeting. And the chair recognizes Councilmember Parker for a motion on bills number 200285, 200286, 200287, 200288, 200289, 200290, 200291, 200292, and resolutions number 200307 and 200331.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the public hearing and public meeting on bill numbers 200285, 200286, 200287, 200288, 200289, 200290, 200291, 200292, and resolution numbers 200307 and 200331 stand in recess until Tuesday, June 16, 2020 at 9:30 a.m.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been moved and properly second that the public hearing and public meeting of this committee on bill number 200285, 200286, 200287, 200288, 200289, 200290, 200291, 200292, and resolutions number 200307 and 200331 be recessed until Tuesday, June 16, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. The motion carries, and this committee will stand in recess until Tuesday, June 16, 2020, 9:30 a.m., at which time we will reconvene on Microsoft's Teams. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good one.